You told me 3 weeks, so I went ahead and typed it in for 3 weeks. But I've changed it on the original. So yesterday, the state indicated they may have another witness or at least exhibits. And then at the sidebar, I was told that there might be an objection to whatever the exhibit is.
Yes.
So I thought we'd take that up before I brought the jury in and had to send it back out.
Yes, Judge. The state intends to introduce a certified copy of the order from the Circuit Court in Bristol, Virginia, which ordered Hunter Wood involuntarily committed to the mental hospital over there in Marion. There's a copy of the appearance by the attorney over there, the request for evaluation and report to be done, and then there's a letter dated January 10th, 2025, which is from the Southwestern Virginia Mental Health Institute updating the court as to Mr. Wood's status. And it, like I said, it is I believe, a self-authenticating document. There's a certificate of official record that is attached, signed by the judge of the Circuit Court in Bristol, Virginia.
We have no objection, Judge.
Okay. So what I intend to do, then after that, do you think you'll have any proof?
No, Your Honor.
So what I'll do is I'll bring the jury in, admit that in the next number of exhibit, then you can rest in front of the jury. And then I'll have to send them back out so we can take up some matters out of the present. All right, we bring jury in for ready.
Everyone stand, please. You may be seated. Thank you.
All right, Jen, I'll call your name. Oh, wait, before you do that. Ladies and gentlemen, yesterday when we left, I gave you certain admonitions. Do any of the jurors have anything to report regarding those admonitions? If you do, raise your hand. Let the record reflect none of the jurors raise their hand. All right, John.
Judge, at this time, the state would move to introduce what we believe is a self-authenticating document, which is an order from the Circuit Court in the city of Bristol, Virginia, which orders a mental health evaluation on Preston Hunter Wood. It also contains a letter from Southwestern Virginia Mental Health Institute, which is dated January 10th, 2025, which talks about the fact that he has been involuntarily hospitalized at that facility. We would offer that as the next exhibit in this case. 261, I believe.
261, any objection?
No, sir.
All right, that'll be exhibit 261. All right, call your next.
Judge, the state would rest.
All right, ladies and gentlemen, I know you've only been out here for 2.5 minutes, but I'm going to send you with the officer.
Everyone stand, please. You may be seated. Thank you.
Mr. Scott, you have a motion?
Judge, pursuant to Rule 29 of the Rules of criminal procedure, I move the court for a judgment of acquittal as to all counts. Just briefly, I'll go through them. As it relates to the first three homicide counts, the state has failed to prove the cause of death, which is required to be proven beyond a reasonable doubt. I understand the burden here is that the state has to prove it in a light most favorable to the state. The court has to look at it from that standpoint. Even when looking at that, Dr. Schmidt testified to various, although she stated that she believed it was a asphyxia, she later under examination admitted it could have been a SIDS death. She admitted that it could have been a heart issue, or it could have been a laryngeal spasm that caused the death. She really couldn't specify the manner of death. When it came to Dr. Malushnik, she testified that she felt like it was asphyxia caused by being placed in the trash can, but ultimately she did answer that she could not conclusively say that the baby was alive or dead before being placed in the trash can. As it relates to count one in premeditation, there is no evidence whatever in this case of premeditation. So those are the three murder counts. Aggravated child neglect, the state hasn't produced any evidence that the child was neglected in such a way to adversely affect his health and welfare. Similarly, of abuse, there's absolutely no proof in the record of child abuse. In fact, there is ample proof to the contrary. Both medical examiners testified there was no broken bones. There's no trauma there. There's testimony, I think, from 6 lay witnesses talking about Megan was a good mother, a loving mother. They never saw any signs of abuse. The pediatrician testified that she never saw any signs of abuse, or she would have reported it under her duty under the law. So those are my arguments to those counts. As it relates to tampering with evidence, I'll leave that to the court's good discretion. False report, obviously, there is, as it relates to those, there is a double jeopardy issue that the court will have to address if the jury. I do move for a judgment acquittal without further argument. And the same with abuse of, I'll move the court for a judgment acquittal.
Brief, Judge. Of course, the court reviews this motion in the viewing the evidence in the light most favorable to the state. The child's found upside down, stuffed into a trash can with its head wrapped in a blanket, and then on top of that, there's a substantial amount of aluminum foil. I think that clearly shows an intent to murder. So we would argue that the element of premeditation is at least shown through the physical evidence in this case. As far as the remaining counts, it's showing the cause of death. Examiners, their opinions as they came in yesterday were that this was a homicide and that Evelyn Boswell died from asphyxiation. Mr. Scott certainly challenged and threw some other possibilities out there, but at the end of the day, that was their opinion as to the cause and manner of death. So I believe that the proof has been sufficient at this point to show how the child died and to let the jury make decisions on all the remaining counts.
All right. Of course, as Mr. Scott and the general has stated, in viewing the evidence in light of the Rule 29 motion for judgment acquittal, the court's required to view the evidence in the light most positive to the state. And looking at these charges and proof through that lens, with regard to count one, premeditation, I think coupled with the physical evidence of the way the child was wrapped and placed in the trash can. You couple that with the voluminous amount of evidence where the defendant was given different stories as to where the child was, as to how the child was doing. When you look at that count in light of the statements the defendant was making on social media, the fact that there seemed to be, from the proof, there seemed to be a cutoff date where before that date, the defendant seemed to be very caring for the child, and after that day, it was story after story about where the child was. The defendant appears to have moved on to other things. And I think when you take all that evidence and a lot most favorable to the state, that the jury would be able to find premeditation. As for the cause of death, both medical examiners stated that in their professional expert opinion, the cause of death was asphyxiation. Again, Mr. Scott did a good job cross-examining those witnesses to introduce other potential theories. But of course, of the opinion, the state, when looking at that proof, and a lot most favorable to the state, that they had put forth evidence that the jury can consider. So with regard to count one, I'm going to deny the motion for judgment of acquittal. With regard to counts 2 and 3, the abuse or the neglect, I think you're taking in a lot most favorable to the state the fact that that child was wrapped and placed in the garbage can. I think the jury can look at that, and I think that those facts taken along with all the other proof in the case. There was testimony that the child was filthy, dirty toward the time late November, early December. I know that the one babysitter testified how dirty the child was. We saw pictures of the living condition of that trailer when the gentleman was cleaning it out. And I think that taking all that together, the jury would be warranted in finding abuse or neglect. I think that taking a lot most favorable to the state, that those two counts would survive the Rule 29 motion, and I'm going to deny the motion with regard to those two counts as well. With regard to the tampering with evidence and false report charges, as well as the abuse of the courts and failure to report, when the court looks at all the statements, all the messages, all the social media posts, when you take those as a whole and view them in a light most favorable to the state, I think those are issues the jury can determine and will have to determine. I'm going to deny the motion with regard to all counts for those reasons. Mr. Scott, first question that I have for you is, will the defendant testify?
Judge, we're prepared to state at this time the defendant will not be testifying.
All right, in that case, we have to go through the Loman versus State questioning. And I'm gonna hand this down and let you do that.
Judge, for the purpose of the record, would you like her to come to the,
No, just put the microphone back up on the table for that. We just need to make sure she's recorded. Boswell, raise your right hand. You solemnly swear or affirm the testimony you're about to give will be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, ma'am?
Yes, sir.
Go ahead, Mr. Stein.
Megan, I want to ask you some questions about my representation as you explain to you your right to testify.
Okay.
I've been representing you for a couple of years now. We've met and discussed your case. You need to answer out loud.
Yes,
Okay. And part of that, I've talked to you about, you have the right to testify, is that right?
yes,
And if the jury can't hold it against you if you don't testify, do you understand that?
yes,
Do you understand you have a right not to testify?
yes,
And if you decided you wanted to testify, I couldn't stop you from that. Judge Goodwin couldn't stop you. Mr. Harper couldn't. That's solely your decision. You understand that?
yes,
And after consulting with me and looking at the evidence and hearing the proof here in court, have you made a decision as whether or not you want to testify?
yes, I have.
Do you want to testify?
No,
I think I covered it, Judge. Approach.
Yeah. All right. We got other proof?
No.
No. I know it seems like a calisthenics exercise, but we need to bring the jury in. I need to ask you that question in front of the jury, and then you can rest. And then I gotta send the jury out so we can finalize the charge and give the parties time, because what we'll do, as soon as the proof closes, we'll take a break, and it'll be an extended break. We'll take a break so that I can get the charge finalized, and then what I do is I will make a notebook for each juror so that they can read and follow along as I read the charge to them. It's been my experience, especially after lunch, that fewer of them, not all, they're reading with me. Plus, it gives them the charge when they go back in to deliberate. Each one of them has a copy of the charge so they can actually look at it and refer to it. And that also will give you time, because what I'll do is once the charge is done and I get the notebooks ready, we'll bring them back and I will read the charge to the jury up until almost the end. And then I will have you argue your case, and then I will finalize it and send it out. That's the
Yes, sir.
process going forward. And during this extended break, it will give you all time to go through your notes, go through the exhibits, organize your thoughts for closing argument. Okay? So we need to bring the jury.
And I need to give the curative instruction about.
Yes, sir. I was going to ask about that. I forgot.
I did too.
Everyone stand, please. You may be seated. Thank you.
All right. Okay, ladies and gentlemen, one thing I omitted to do a moment ago. Yesterday, during Dr. Malushnik, did I say that right?
Yes, sir.
At the very end of her testimony, she answered a question and then gave what I'm going to call a parting shot that the answer was no, and that the baby would have to have been murdered some other way. Y'all remember that? Yes, sir. I'm going to instruct you that that last phrase, you're not to consider. That is outside of her expertise. Okay? It's a legal term, not a medical term. Does everybody understand that? Can everybody put that murder in some other way out of their mind and not consider it? If you can, raise your right hand. Let the record reflect that all the jurors have raised their right hand. Now, Mr. Scott, the state has rested. Will the defense have proof?
Defendant rest.
All right. Ladies and gentlemen, where we are now is the proof is closed, but it is not time for you to begin deliberating or talking about the case. We're going to have to take an extended break because I've got to prepare and finalize the jury charge. And then I'm going to make a notebook for each of you with the charge in it so you can follow along, and you'll have that for your reference while you deliver. Okay. This will also, and what will happen is it'll probably take 45 minutes to an hour. I'll get all the notebooks made. We'll give the lawyers time to organize their thoughts for closing. When we come back, I will hand out the notebooks and I will read you the charge, which will be painful, and I apologize for that, but that's the way it is. And then we'll go straight into argument. Okay? So I apologize for the length of the break, but just bear with me. It's necessary. Okay? You'll go with the officer.
Everyone stand, please. You may be seated, thank you.
All right, we'll be in recess. We'll probably take 45 minutes.
Court stands in recess.
Well, that was awful fast, wasn't it? So the defense has rested this morning. They're not putting on any defense. Usually when they do that, and remember, I'm not a lawyer, but usually when they do that, it is because they don't think that the prosecution has proven their case. That's what most of them say. And remember, he's a really good lawyer. She really lucked up getting such a good, maybe it's because it's such a high profile case, that a better lawyer was drawn to it for, just to get their face out there and get their name out there and stuff. I don't know if he was assigned. I don't know how they do that in Tennessee, but she lucked up and got a really, really good lawyer. So if he's not putting on no defense, which I don't think she has any defense, but I'm really shocked that the mom didn't testify. Hunter didn't testify, which we know Hunter is in a psych ward, mental institution somewhere. They said that he has been diagnosed with like schizophrenia and some other mental illnesses. They say he's not competent to testify. Angela, the mom, I don't know anything about. Let's see what you all are saying. Lynette, she dog meat for sure. Oh, it's just such a sad thing. Mute that music. Lois, so closings are after the charge reading or no closings? Yeah, they're gonna do their closings, I think, after this break. He said that'll give the lawyers time to get their thoughts together for their closing arguments. Kathy, time now for jury instructions. Figuring out. Not everyone finds this interesting, but I do. Most of us trial junkies do. Oh, it's great to have a whole community of us trial junkies, ain't it? Sean Dameron. Well, that might change things. Marnie says the closing arguments should be interesting. Lynette, the deliberation shouldn't last long. Jessica, Roz looking stunning today as always. Roz has no idea that she has a fan club. Now, if you don't know who Roz is the lady who sits in front of the judge. We've given her a nickname, and she has stolen the show. Kathy, I like it better when they show that. Yeah. Terry, the defense is going to present at their closing arguments that the state failed to get other witness prints, failed to investigate others, and the autopsy was mishandled. Jamie, I think he is wrong. She is done for. Cinnamon, hellhounds on her trail. Christy, he was asking for an acquittal. Yeah. Season and Sprout. Megan does seem like she has a good lawyer. Yep, she does. Tina Span. They're not putting on a defense because they know there's no way in hell they can do anything to get her off. They've already came to a plea bargain. Looks like they're bringing everybody back. Terry, the prosecution already knows the mistakes. They can't offer a plea deal. They can't go back to get others' prints. They are stuck to bring Hunter or her mother. The law stops them from any access. Kristen, I don't think there was much they could do to put up a defense for her. There was no evidence to deflect the blame away from her. No reasonable doubt. And it blows me away how different everybody's opinion of this trial is. And we can just look at our own chat and see the differences of opinion on this case. There were several yesterday that just didn't feel like the prosecution has proven that Megan is guilty. Let me let this dog in real quick. I have a cat that just absolutely loves that dog. It's his little girlfriend, or big girlfriend, I guess. Thank you, Cinnamon. Love your channel and chatters. Bless you, bless you, bless you. Melly says, who is the father? Exactly. I thought that the defense said that they knew who the dad was and it was going to come out in the trial. Well, it did not come out in trial. I wonder if they even know who the dad is. I never saw them say that. I heard someone else say that. So I wonder if they even know who the dad is. That could have been just some bad information. What is her nickname? Maggie? If that's what you're talking about, Miss Lynette. Megan's nickname is Maggie. Miss Amber, good morning, everybody. I got your stuff, Miss Amber. Thank you, thank you, thank you. I love it. I love it. I love it. I showed it the other last night or the night before. And we will show it again whenever you're on. I don't think you were on when I showed it. Thank you, Miss Amber. I love my earrings and stuff. Bless you, bless you, bless you. And Mommy loved hers too. Thank you. Let's see. That's okay, Miss Amber. I'm sorry about missing the show last night. We got the news. My mom. Oh, I'm sorry, Miss Amber. Anybody that wants to say a prayer for Miss Amber and her mommy, I'm sure she'd appreciate it very much. Treva said, I thought it was my dogs. Lord, I got 3 of them. And it's hard to keep. One is really old. She's 15. And then the other 2 are only about 2 years old. So they're still young and sassy. Terry, they can't prove without a reasonable doubt. Marnie. Sorry to hear that, Amber. Prayers for your mommy, honey. Jessica says, I believe the defense said it on the news interview. Maybe they got ahead of themselves on that. They might have said that when they might have sent off for DNA for Daddy. And you don't know, Megan could have told her lawyer, well, this is the only other person it could be. It has to be this guy. And then they get the test back and it's not him. And then what are they going to do? They've already said, we know who the daddy is prematurely. I'm just throwing that out there as a possibility. But you never know. I think it's a bad look if everybody was waiting to know who the daddy was and it was never revealed. That kind of lets everybody down in a way. Does she even know who the daddy is? Exactly, Miss Kristen. Exactly. That's what I'm saying. She could have said, I only slept with this other person. It's the only person it could be. Unless the daddy of that baby is so shocking. It could be somebody who would open up a whole nother can of worms. You don't know. He could be married. It could be a family member. I mean, we just don't know. That stuff happens, and it happens all the time. You never know what's going on behind closed doors. Lois says gossip knows who the dad is allegedly. It is Eric, whoever that is. They did mention an Eric Smith. I guess I would have to see the proof. She lies so much that I don't even trust her attorney. Even though her attorney seems to be a great attorney, I don't trust him because he's representing her. And I don't trust anything that comes out of her mouth. And your lawyer only knows what you tell them, So we know as long as her mouth is moving, she's more than likely telling a fib. Man, oh man. Let's see. Terry says, best to watch the closing arguments. The prosecution might not say much, but defense probably has a lot to say. Oh, yeah. And that's where the defense is going to do their testifying, is in their, that's how a lot of these lawyers get over on some rulings and some rules of evidence and stuff like that. They say it in their closing, and they can say certain things in their closing, and they can say certain things in their opening that they didn't want to say in the trial to get cross-examined. So they've got little loopholes that they know what they're doing. Every field, the people that are experts in their field, they know where the shortcuts are. They know where the loopholes are. And that's just kind of the way that it goes. I'm always shocked every time I see that. Lynette, how can you not know who the father is? Well, Kathy, we need more Povich. Thank you, Miss Amber. Bless you, honey. Bless you, bless you, bless you. Thank you. I appreciate every single one of them. I started doing those goals because it's just really hard. I think I made like $10 on a whole day streaming this trial. So it really helps. Every penny helps. Thank you, thank you, thank you. Kathy, but one of the jury instructions is that opening and closing are not evidence. Absolutely. Yep. The openings and closings are not evidence, but they still use that time to get stuff in that they want to say. So it might not be evidence, but the jury's going to hear it. So that matters. Some things that they put out there, like they can put something out there and then say, oh, well, I withdraw the question. Well, just because they withdraw the question on the record, they can't take it back out of them jury's ears. They still got to hear it. And the judge might say, like the last part of that medical examiner's testimony yesterday, the judge was in her face, threatening to charge her with contempt of court. He wanted her to answer that question. I really didn't like that either. I thought that judge was kind of going too far with that. But, it's his courtroom. He can do whatever the heck he wants. But I just thought that was awful that they did that to her. Because you could tell that the defense attorney was kind of like making it bigger than what it was. Like she was being, for some reason, and I thought the judge even came off that way. Like he said, I know this is a tough case and da-da-da-da. Like she was being difficult and biased for the prosecution. And I don't think she was being difficult and biased for the prosecution. I think she was giving her honest answer for this case. But, this is just my opinion, and we all have different ones, and that is perfectly fine. We are allowed to agree to disagree on this channel. We won't kick you out, I promise. Tina Span, have you been covering the Maddie Soto case? I did a couple videos early on, just kind of trying to dip my toe into it. But there's so many other creators that are covering that case. I just don't know. We will definitely be watching the trials. I just don't know if we'll be going as deep into the interviews and stuff on Maddie Soto, because there's just so many people that are doing it. Marnie says, good point, Kathy. They have to decide based on evidence. But y'all got to remember, these are people. These aren't robots. They are people. And people have emotions. They have feelings. They make decisions based on that. You know, that's why there is such a thing that's called jury nullification. That's been kind of a big topic with the Mickey Steins and Judge Mullins case. You know, Mickey's lawyer wants his trial to be held here in Letcher County. And normally you wouldn't want that. Normally they would want to take it out of here because this is just such a small community and everybody knows each other. But Mickey had a whole lot of support in this community that was kind of blind support. They didn't care why he did it. They knew Mickey was such a good dude that if he did something like this, he had to have a good reason, and they're just trusting his judgment and trusting that he had a good reason, whether they know what it is or not. So the lawyer, I think, is kind of banking on that to set him free, to acquit him of red rum. You know, he walked in a courthouse and pew-pewed the judge 8 times and unalived him. So, you know, and there's video of it. There's video of the pew-pew happening. So, you know, it's not a whodunit. It's a why did he do it? But if he goes in front of the jury and the jury doesn't have to necessarily go with whatever evidence is provided, they can go back in that deliberation room and come out with a not guilty verdict. That would be a form of jury nullification. They would have disregarded the evidence and made a decision based upon their feelings. So we know that it does happen. Oh my goodness, Season and Sprout. Thank you so much. Bless you. You're going to make me cry. Bless you. Thank you. So, kind of made me speechless there, honey. Season and Sprout, you are our stream sponsor for today. Thank you. God bless you. Okay, Marnie, thank you for supporting the channel. Yes. God bless you. Let's see. Kathy, judge is the referee and sometimes has to be a jerk. Yeah. I agree. I liked him until he pulled that yesterday on that ME, and then I was like, But, you know, oh, I love it. Mama Duck has been doing, she's been working so hard for the putting the Discord together. I saw in the chat, she said that some of you don't know what a Discord is. Well, don't feel bad, because I didn't either. I've heard my kids talk about it before. And they kind of, whenever I would hear them talk about it, they were like, don't worry, Mom, you don't know nothing about it. But Mama Duck it's kind of a space that we can all go and we can chat, we can video call, we can audio call, we can stream Um, we can stream in there videos. We can have watch parties in there. We can work on projects in there. So those of you who wanted to be diggers and those of you who wanted to help with public records requests and stuff like that, we will have individual rooms there or threads that will be specifically just like me and Mama Duck and whoever that digger is whose case or project we're working on. So the only people that would be allowed in that thread and see all the documentation, the papers, like we can put all of our documents in there. We can, I mean, it's really, really neat. We can play games. We're going to have a game night. And it's a member Discord. So it's only for our members of this channel. But if you can't afford to be a member, that's fine. If you want to help us with public records requests, if you want to help be a digger, which all that is if you find interesting stories or if you find an article pertaining to a certain case that we're looking at, send it to me. The email is hillbillycrime@gmail.com. Just send me an email if you're a member and you don't have the Discord link yet. Just send me an email and say, hey, I'm a member. Send me the link, the Discord link. Or if you can't afford to be a member and you still want to be a digger, shoot me an email and say, hey, I'd really like to be a digger. Can I get the Discord link? And you can be in our Discord that way as well. If you have been gifted a membership, you are welcome too. Just shoot me an email, hillbillycrime@gmail.com. And we will send you the link for the Discord. Now, the links expire every week. So we have to generate a new link every time. And sometimes whenever I send it to you, it has been over the week. So just shoot me back and say, hey, that one expired. And I'll send you the new one. I'm sorry. I think we change them on Sundays. I think Mama Duck triggers the new one every Sunday. And sometimes I just forget what day it is. So anyway, that's okay, Miss Amber. We got all different kinds of ways that you can support the channel. If you don't want to do the super chat or the super sticker, that's fine. We've got Cash App and PayPal, and I think if you go to my links, there's links to all of those, and that would be on the home page of the channel, like up in the description, I think. But I appreciate it so much. Y'all just don't know. It's the only income I have right now, and we're trying. So far, I've made about enough every month to pay my bills. If we can just get it to where we can eat too, we'll be doing good. But I ain't stopping. We're gonna get there, y'all. We're gonna get there. Yeah. And Mama Duck has all those links too. So if anybody wants to shoot her a message or anything, you can absolutely holler at Mama Duck too. Mama Duck's also been putting together some emojis for us. I didn't really know how to put emojis up on the channel. So she has taken over that, and she's putting together some emojis and other stuff for us. So if you would like to reach out and tell her thank you. I'm sure she'd appreciate it. She does a whole lot of work for the channel. Tina, at $10 a dozen for eggs, nobody's doing very much eating. That's right, Miss Tina. $10 for a dozen of eggs. Well, you know, whenever the flood happened in North Carolina and Tennessee this past summer, that just devastated the area, I heard that they said that it wiped out the chicken farms and stuff. And so they were kind of warning everybody, the story that I saw, they were warning everybody that chicken and eggs were going to be outrageous because that flood had destroyed so many chicken farms. It's crazy, ain't it? But yeah, if you haven't hit that like button, please hit the like. And if you're not a subscriber, please hit the subscribe button. It's free. It doesn't cost you anything to subscribe to the channel, and it doesn't cost you anything to hit that little thumbs up. It helps the channel more than you know. They are taking an extended break right now for anybody that's joined us. They said it would be about 45 minutes to an hour. So we're all kind of just chilling out, waiting for them to come back. Cinnamon. Exactly. I unplugged my fridge. No sense paying electric for a bottle of ketchup. That's so true. Sheesh. Oh, Lois says they offed a lot of chickens over the bird flu as well. Kathy says here in New York, we're not only dealing with egg shortages, we're dealing with don't buy them or chicken due to bird flu. If it isn't one thing, it's another. Yeah. Ah, Mama Duck, the new emoji is up in Discord. You can vote. I also sent them to me so she can share. Yay. Yay. Oh, thank you, Miss Melly. Thank you. How many years do all of the lies to authorities add up to? If they don't get her on red rum, I like that, schmurder. They definitely have more than enough for all of the deceit. I think so too, Miss Melly. I think so too. I don't think she's got a chance in EE8 or HELL. I don't. But I've been very, very, very shocked and surprised in trial verdicts before. So this one could be the same. Tina, no, that's not what's causing the high aid cost right now. It's because of what they're calling the bird flu. It's some kind of illness that's unaliving all the birds. Wow. Sean Dameron, believe they talking about Hunter, not Angela. Yeah, Hunter was the one in the mental institution. I've not heard that about Angela. I've not heard that Angela's in any kind of mental hospital. I heard she was in jail. And, you know, she also could have ran. She might not wanted to testify against her daughter. She could have told him, yeah, you can call me, but I ain't gonna tell you nothing. Because it doesn't seem like Angela is afraid of jail. She's been in jail many, 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 many times before. So, you know, sometimes those people that aren't Oh, Miss Marnie. Thank you so much, honey. I just got your PayPal. Bless you, bless you, bless you. Y'all are going to make me cry today, man. You just don't know how much I needed it. Thank you, God. Praise the Lord, praise the Lord, praise the Lord. Hallelujah, hallelujah, hallelujah. Sheesh. I love y'all. Terry says, is Hunter in a psych in Virginia? That's where they said the person is in psych. They're really close to Virginia, where they're at in Tennessee. It's called the Tri-Cities, and it's right in the little corner. So you've got Kentucky, Tennessee, and Virginia, and they're all really close together right there. So they could be, or he could be in Virginia, just 20 minutes away or something. It wouldn't be that much of a distance. Cinnamon. I had beautiful hens, but a bear started eating them, and then the bear would just sit there in the morning waiting for me to let them out of coop. It was me or the bear, and the bear won. R.I.P. hens. Well, I've been telling you all about my 2 chickens that have been roaming around here that I've been feeding. It's going to make me cry too. My neighbor's stupid dogs killed the white one, and I just loved her. They had imprinted on me, so every time they saw me, when I'd take their food out there, they'd run to me. And then I went out there, and the brown one was the only one left. And I asked that little girl, I said, did you see the white one? And she said, I think the dog's got it. I said, did you see its body? And she said, no, but I saw white feathers all in my yard. So her dog's of eater. So I know exactly how you feel, Cinnamon. Lord, I'm so tender-hearted when it comes to animals. I'm crying my eyes out right now. I can't help it. Bugman says, good morning, Bugman. Glad you're here, honey. Avian flu that had to kill 20 million chickens. Ain't that crazy? Jessica. Tommy bought Megan a red Chevy Cruze. Angela and McLeod were in a gray Beamer. Yeah, that was something that I noticed yesterday, too. Man, they sure had a lot of fancy cars. They had a BMW, and then a Lexus. They said that they had they were driving the Lexus. They had a lot of money. Tommy seemed to have a whole lot of money. He heard that was Megan's dad. Tommy owned a paving company, and, they make a lot of money. He has a whole bunch of big equipment. They also had a trailer park, so they get that rent money from the trailers every month. They were stacked. It looks like that family was stacked. And then if you add the Ruggs in there too, which it looks like they've been a wild bunch for a very, very long time. Tommy's just getting old and finally calmed down some. It looks to me like, anyway. But, Kristen, I'll be back. I have to go let the parrots out. I'd love to have a bird. I had a sugar glider one time, and Mommy's little doggy killed her. Unalived her, I should say. Cinnamon, some kind of illness, yeah. It's called Billy Goat Gates from Hell. Treva, stop believing everything they tell you. Terry, curious why Hunter went to Virginia for help. it could be just as simple as that was the closest mental health hospital, or who knows, we don't know. But like I said, the distance between Tennessee and Virginia, where they're at there in Tennessee and Virginia, is very, very short. So, most of the people from here go to Johnson City shopping, school shopping. It's easier and cheaper, I guess, to go there. I think they do some kind of like sales where if you go on a certain weekend, they don't have any sales tax on the school clothes. So people really, or at least they used to do that. So people really take advantage of that kind of stuff. Bugman. God is good. I got up yesterday wondering how I was going to pay my electric bill. Someone had put money in my bank. I sat and cried for a few. He sure is, Bugman. Praise the Lord, honey. Praise the Lord. That's right. That's right. I do, Miss Julie. Yeah. It's in my links. Let me go look at it, make sure I say it right. I don't do my PayPal as much as what I do my other one. Let me see. Oh, there it is. It's at Elizabeth Marie Looney. Looney. At Elizabeth Marie Looney. Let me put it in here for you. Okay. Yes, thank you, you all. Terry says, is it the closest facility? Talking about the mental health. Jessica, Bristol, Virginia court is who committed him for psych evaluation. He is housed in Marion Psych Ward. So see, Bristol, Virginia is right there. I mean, it's right there. Close to where Sullivan County, Tennessee is. Sean Dameron, 1/25/25, he entered the facility. So he just went in right before this trial. But his daddy, they asked his dad on the stand if he was competent to, speak at the trial. And his dad said, absolutely not. There was no way. And I don't know. I kind of believed the dad. And knowing this trial, the way that it is, or the way that everything is kind of laid out for us, how this case went, the death and just all of it. I can see how a young kid who was already struggling and predisposed, to schizophrenia, I can see how something like this would send them into a tailspin emotionally, mentally. He was accused of being a baby unaliver. And you know how some of these people get. They'll go out to their house and protest and scream and shout and throw rocks at their windows. I mean, some people get really crazy on that kind of stuff. Lynette, you can walk across the street from Bristol, Tennessee to Bristol, Virginia, if that tells you anything. That's how close it is. Cinnamon, I'm so sorry. Those white ends are so sweet. I cried over mine many times. Yeah, every time she'd see me come out, her head would go down and she'd come running like she was a football player with her helmet on, getting ready to hit me. But she wasn't. She was just trying to run faster, I guess, because they were starved. I mean, I can't believe these people over here, but they starved them out. And I just saw them around the neighborhood and I just assumed that they were eating. Like, I didn't know what chickens ate. And they were always digging around, pecking around. It looked to me like they were eating until I saw them one day and just noticed, man, they're awful skinny. They wasn't nothing but bones and feathers. And then I started feeding them, and man, they plumped up fast. Like within a week, they had plumped up twice the size they were when I started feeding them. My doggies is snoring. Old ladies sleep a lot. Oh. I'm the same way. I cry when someone tells me about an animal being hurt or passing away, no matter how it happens. Well, that's why I got 4 cats and 3 dogs, y'all. Sheesh. I mean, we live with the animals. And my cats are the nastiest animals you ever saw. I am constantly, all day long, like 10 to 15 times a day, I sweep my bathroom floor and keep the pee pads down in there, and I wash them probably twice a day. They're washable pee pads, and because the dogs will shred the paper ones. And I have to clean their litter box out 10 times a day. I am not OCD by any stretch of the imagination. But when it comes to my litter box, I am. I cannot stand litter in the floor. I cannot stand it. Like, no. And if the litter box gets full, then they want to go pee in the bathtub. No, we ain't peeing in my bathtub. So I keep that litter box. And you got 4 cats. Oh, yeah, every time you clean it out, they come running like, oh, clean potty. I got to go in there and dirty it up. Tina, who do you think is paying for Megan's lawyers? I think it's a public defender, is what I think. In that interview, her daddy told her, if you'll tell the truth, if you'll come clean and tell the truth, I'll pay for you an attorney. But she never came clean with the truth. I don't think her daddy paid for her attorney. I don't. But I could be wrong, but I don't think he did. Because he was number 1 witness for the prosecution. He was the very first witness that they put up there. And he sure didn't do his daughter any favors. I think he was as honest as he could be. I think Tommy came across that he loved that little girl. Now, as dysfunctional as their family was, I'm a recovering addict too. I ain't putting Tommy down for that, But I thought Tommy, and he might have had a horrible life on the front end, but it seems like he's had a pretty decent, he makes a good living. He's got all kinds of kids around him. They have a beautiful property. I mean, I'd give my right arm for that property they've got. That is amazing. Absolutely amazing property. Tennessee is beautiful. Butterfly Kisses became a YouTube member. Thank you. Welcome aboard. You've been here a long time, Mo. Good deal. Kate, her dad was a wreck. He was old school. Yeah. Ain't none of us perfect. Wonder how old Dad was because he seemed so much older than the mom, Angela. Well, he wasn't that much older, but he was older. We read the article. Angela was 16 when she got pregnant by Tommy, I think is what they said. And Tommy was 24. So he was what, 8 years older than her? It is Daytona week. That's okay, Bugman. So I will be checking out later. Absolutely. Go watch your races. We have cat doors. Thank goodness. Well, my cats aren't allowed outside. I had 2 before we moved here, and one of them got out. I was in a hurry, and I was trying to hurry up and get to the football game with the boys, and she snuck out at our feet when we were going out, and I didn't know that she had gotten out. And when we got to the football game, that fella, the ex fella, called me and said, "Who let this damn cat out?" And I said, "Huh? What are you talking about?" And he said, "Well, it's laying dead out here in the driveway." And I was like, oh gosh. I cried. And my puppy, my dog, is the one who did it. But my dog hadn't been in the house. I didn't let her in the house then, up there. And so I think she thought she was a squirrel or something. She didn't know what she was. And when I got home, I flipped out. On her. And she never looked at a cat cross-eyed again. So my cats are not allowed to go outside because outside equals death. For mine, anyway. My dogs don't do it anymore. Like the one, after we had our come to Jesus moment when I got home, she's never looked at a cat cross-eyed again. And now my cats just love her and she loves them. And she was real young. I don't know. It was just a bad time. Miss Elizabeth, I have 3 rescue dogs. Yep, all 3 of mine are too. Oh, all of my animals are rescued. My daughter also has a dog, all small dogs. I also watch my husband's boss's dogs for months at a time. Then I have 2 rescue parrots. Oh, that's awesome, Miss Kristen. Awesome. My mom's dogs are all small, little ones. And she's probably had 10 run over by either the mailman or the water department people. They just ran over Sassy a couple months ago. Mom had Sassy for over 10 years, and she was really old. She couldn't see very well. She couldn't hear very well, and she couldn't move very fast. And I guess they just thought she would move, and she was trying to move out of the road. They have like a little one-lane road up there. It's a holler. Y'all know what the hollers are. And they just drove right on over top of her. They didn't even stop and give her time to get out of the road. They thought that she would move. Well, when you're 15 years old or 20 years old, and you got problems, you can't hear and you can't see. Sheesh. And they all knew that Mom's dogs were like that. I reckon they cried and apologized and stuff, but my gosh, she was like the 10th one. You think they'd be more careful. But Mom didn't flip out too bad because she said that it saved her from having to make the decision of taking her to the vet and having her put to sleep. So God works in mysterious ways, y'all. I don't want to shame any of these people, only Megan, because there's no way anyone else would have made her Evelyn's body disappear. Yeah, we ain't shaming nobody. Nope, not trying to. Bug man. I'm so excited for NASCAR to start back. I've been so lost. Yeah, Treva. Although, Terry, I think if Daddy would admit to an exact diagnosis, it may take eyes of Megan and more on Hunter. I don't know. Terry. Now, is the jury in deliberations? No, they're not deliberating. The judge they still haven't done closing arguments yet. The judge just had an extended break of about an hour because he said he wanted to put the jury instructions and the charge, or maybe not the jury instructions, the charges that she's charged with. She's got like 19 charges. So he said he was going to make a notebook for each of the jurors, because that's what they take their notes and stuff in. So he's making each of them a notebook that's got each of her charges in there. So that way, when they're deliberating, they can refer back to the charges and stuff. He's doing it to try and make it easier on the jurors for when they do go deliberate. Because I think he's going to send them to deliberate right after the closing arguments. This trial might be over today, depending on what the jury is thinking or saying. Thank you, Miss Julie. Thank you. I got your PayPal, honey. Bless you. Thank you. I love y'all so much. Let's see. Grammy says her dad broke my heart. By the way, good morning. Good morning, Grammy. Glad you're here. Sean says there are older videos from this case on YouTube. Interesting. Yeah. Well, we've seen a whole lot of the interviews in this trial so far. Come on. All right. Kate says, did defense take a crack at Tommy getting an underage girl pregnant? They didn't say anything about that. I mean, he could have been charged with statutory, but they're kind of older now, too. I guess they're my age, probably. Late 40s. Looks to me like they are anyway. So back then, I think it was probably a little bit more acceptable than what it is now. And you got to remember what area we're in. You guys have seen kind of what law enforcement in our courthouse and those in our legal community here in Kentucky are like about SMEX offenses. Give them 6 months. Give them the run of the jail. And these are officials, let alone, Tommy Boswell down the holler. Little Tommy Boswell. Let's see. Kate. Yes, I had several cats come up missing when I lived at the edge of the woods. Coyotes have gotten to be so much. Yep, they are. Defense only talked about Tommy's kidnapping and assault. It seemed like the defense just tried to sneak that in at the very end, too. Because they didn't go too much into that. There were objections. I had a dog run over by the mailman. Yeah, we had the same mailman run over like 7 of mommy's little dogs in probably maybe a 5 or 6 year period. You talk about irate. Mommy went down to every post office. They didn't care. They didn't care. You know, they stomp, they pull up and they put the mail in the mailbox, and then they hit the gas so fast and so hard. And it's like, why are you in such a big hurry? Why are you driving like that, knowing that there's so many little doggies up here that as soon as you pull up to put mail in the mailbox, they all come running to see who you are. And then you just smash the gas and take off like a bat out of hell and run over one. You know, they can't get out of the way that quick. It's like, are you doing that on purpose? My little dog had gotten into a dog fight and lost one eye. Oh, he was fine, but didn't see the mail truck pull up. I'm sorry, honey. My mailman cried. Yeah, I ran over a couple in my lifetime too, and it devastated me. Absolutely devastated me. I would not want Sweet Tater after me. Yeah. My mom does not cry. I've never seen her cry, but maybe twice in my entire life. And when I see mommy cry, I fall apart. Like I'm ready to fight somebody. I used to be a big old hot mess myself, y'all. So I know that we do and we can recover. It is possible. Oh. Yeah, they're back, y'all. Thanks for listening to me yak. Oh, thank you, Dr. Vonda K. Thank you, thank you, thank you. Bless you, bless you, bless you. Thank you. I truly love y'all. So when my then husband got home, we buried out back. We heard a bark. My then husband said no, as in that could not have been him. I know my neighbor's lady's little dog passed away, and I had to bury him, and I didn't know if he was gone or not, and it was just killing me. Like, oh my gosh, I can't. What if she's not? What if she's still alive? It's awful. And vet bills are outrageous. I'm gonna have to take this big old one to the vet sometime. She's not been to the vet in years because she ain't never had no troubles. I can just go to the vet and say I need some worm medicine, or I need some antibiotic, or I need this, and where they've seen her before, you know, they'll just charge me for that, and they won't charge me a visit. We got great vets here. I've had the same vet for over 10 years, 15 years, and I love her. If I didn't have a dime to my name, I could take my animal down there and say, help me, please, and she would do it and let me pay her later when I could. Most vets won't do that. But, you know, that's why it's so important to do what's right. So that way, whenever you do need somebody's help, they can trust that, you know, they can trust you. They can trust your word. People's words don't mean much anymore. Thank you, Julie. see, I think I.
All right, is the state ready to proceed? Defense ready to proceed?
Yes, Judge.
Then let's bring the jury in.
Everyone stand, please. You may be seated. Thank you.
All right. All right. In the criminal court for Sullivan County, Tennessee, at Blummel, State of Tennessee versus Megan Boswell, defendant, case number S72869, date February 3rd through 2025. Count 1, first degree premeditated murder. Count 2, first degree murder in the perpetration of felony. Count 3, first degree murder in the perpetration of felony. Count 4, aggravated child abuse. Count 5, aggravated child neglect. Count 6, tampering with evidence. Count 7 through 17, false report. Count 19, abuse of a corpse. Count 20, failure to report a death under suspicious, unusual, or unnatural circumstances. Jury instructions. Members of the jury. Count 1 of the presentment charges the defendant Megan Boswell with the offense of premeditated first-degree murder. This offense embraces the lesser included offenses of facilitation of premeditated first-degree murder, attempt to commit premeditated first-degree murder, facilitation of attempt to commit premeditated first-degree murder, second-degree murder, facilitation of second-degree murder, attempt to commit second-degree murder, facilitation of attempt to commit second-degree murder, voluntary manslaughter, facilitation of voluntary manslaughter, attempt to commit voluntary manslaughter, facilitation of attempt to commit voluntary manslaughter, reckless homicide, facilitation of reckless homicide, criminally negligent homicide, facilitation of criminally negligent homicide, child abuse, child neglect, attempt to commit child abuse, attempt to commit child neglect, assault, attempt to commit assault, and misdemeanor reckless endangerment. Count 2 of the presentment charges the defendant Megan Boswell with the offense of first-degree murder in the perpetration of a felony. This offense embraces the lesser included offenses of facilitation of first-degree murder in the perpetration of a felony, attempt to commit first-degree murder in the perpetration of a felony, facilitation of attempt to commit first-degree murder in the perpetration of a felony, second-degree murder, facilitation of second-degree murder, attempt to commit second-degree murder, facilitation of attempt to commit second-degree murder, voluntary manslaughter, facilitation of voluntary manslaughter, attempt to commit voluntary manslaughter, facilitation of attempt to commit voluntary manslaughter, reckless homicide, facilitation of reckless homicide, criminally negligent homicide, facilitation of criminally negligent homicide, child abuse, attempt to commit child abuse, assault, attempt to commit assault, and misdemeanor reckless endangerment. Count 3 of the presentment charges the defendant Megan Boswell with the offense of first-degree murder in the perpetration of a felony. This offense embraces the lesser included offense of facilitation of first-degree murder in the perpetration of a felony, attempt to commit first-degree murder in the perpetration of a felony, facilitation of attempt to commit first-degree murder in the perpetration of a felony, second-degree murder, facilitation of second-degree murder, attempt to commit second-degree murder, facilitation of attempt to commit second-degree murder, voluntary manslaughter, facilitation of voluntary manslaughter, attempt to commit voluntary manslaughter, facilitation of attempt to commit voluntary manslaughter, reckless homicide, facilitation of reckless homicide, criminally negligent homicide, facilitation of criminally negligent homicide, child neglect, attempt to commit child neglect, assault, attempt to commit assault, and misdemeanor reckless endangerment. Count 4 of the presentment charges the defendant Megan Boswell with the offense of aggravated child abuse. This offense embraces the lesser included offenses of facilitation of aggravated child abuse, attempt to commit aggravated child abuse, facilitation of attempt to commit aggravated child abuse, aggravated assault, facilitation of aggravated assault, attempt to commit aggravated assault, facilitation of attempt to commit aggravated assault, reckless aggravated assault, facilitation of reckless aggravated assault, misdemeanor reckless endangerment, child abuse, attempt to commit child abuse, assault, and attempt to commit assault. Count 5 of the presentment charges the defendant Megan Boswell with the offense of aggravated child neglect. This offense embraces the lesser included offense of facilitation of aggravated child neglect, attempt to commit aggravated child neglect, facilitation of attempt to commit aggravated child neglect, aggravated assault, facilitation of aggravated assault, attempt to commit aggravated assault, facilitation of attempt to commit aggravated assault, reckless aggravated assault, facilitation of reckless aggravated assault, misdemeanor reckless endangerment, child neglect, attempt to commit child neglect, assault, attempt to commit assault. Count 6 of the presentment charges the defendant Megan Boswell with the offense of tampering with evidence. This offense embraces the lesser included offense of facilitation of tampering with evidence, attempt to commit tampering with evidence, and facilitation of attempt to commit tampering with evidence. Count 7 through 17 of the presentment charges the defendant with Megan Boswell with the offense of false report. This offense embraces the lesser included offenses of attempt to commit false report. Count 19 of the presentment charges the defendant Megan Boswell with the abuse of a corpse. This offense embraces the lesser included offense of facilitation of abuse of a corpse and attempt to commit abuse of a corpse. Count 20 of the presentment charges the defendant Megan Boswell with the offense of failure to report a death under suspicious, unusual, or unnatural circumstances. This offense embraces the lesser included offense of attempt to commit failure to report a death under suspicious, unusual, or unnatural circumstances. The presentment in this case is the formal written accusation charging the defendant with these charges. It is not evidence against the defendant and does not create any inference of guilt. To this presentment and each offense charged and included therein, the defendant has entered a plea of not guilty. The evidence in this case has been completed and final arguments will take place momentarily. Now it is my duty to instruct you as to the law. The law applicable to this case is stated in these instructions, and it is your duty to carefully consider all of them. The order in which these instructions are given is no indication of their relative importance. You should not single out any one or more of them to the exclusion of another or others, but should consider each one in light of and in harmony with the others. At times during the trial, I have ruled upon the admissibility of evidence. You must not concern yourself with these rulings. Neither by such rulings, these instructions, nor any other remarks that I have made do I mean to indicate any opinion as to the facts or as to what your verdict should be. Statements, arguments, and remarks of counsel are intended to help you in understanding the evidence and applying the law, but they are not evidence. If any statements were made that you believe are not supported by the evidence, you should disregard them. As to any question to which an objection was sustained, you must not speculate as to what the answer might have been or as to the reason for the objection, and you must assume the answer would be of no value to you in your deliberations. You must not consider for any purpose any offer of evidence that was rejected or any evidence that was stricken out by the court. Such matters to be treated as though you had never known it. You must never speculate to be true any insinuation suggested by a question asked of a witness. The question is not evidence and may be considered only as it supplies meaning to the answer. Whenever the singular of a word is used in these instructions, it may be taken equally to mean the plural unless clearly inapplicable. Whenever the word he is used in these instructions, you may consider it as applying equally to a woman. The law presumes that the defendant is innocent of the charge against her. This presumption remains with the defendant throughout every stage of the trial, and it is not overcome unless, from all the evidence in the case, you are convinced beyond a reasonable doubt that the defendant is guilty. The state has the burden of proving the guilt of the defendant beyond a reasonable doubt, and this burden never shifts but remains on the state throughout the trial of the case. The defendant is not required to prove her innocence. Reasonable doubt is that doubt engendered by an investigation of all the proof in the case and an inability after such investigation to let the mind rest easily as to the certainty of guilt. A conviction cannot be based on conjecture, suspicion, or a mere belief that the defendant is guilty of the crime charged. Reasonable doubt is a high burden, but it does not mean proof to an absolute certainty. Absolute certainty of guilt is not demanded by the law to convict of any criminal charge, but moral certainty is required, and this certainty is required as to every element of the offense. Reasonable doubt does not mean a captious, possible, or imaginary doubt. A reasonable doubt is not a whim. It is not speculation or suspicion. It is not an excuse to avoid the performance of an unpleasant duty, and it is not sympathy. A reasonable doubt is a doubt based upon reason and common sense after careful and impartial consideration of all the evidence in this case. The state must have proved beyond a reasonable doubt all the elements of the crime charged, that the crime, if in fact committed, was committed by the defendant before the finding and returning of the presentment in this case. The date of the offense is not an essential element of any of the offenses charged in the presentment or any lesser included offense. The state is not required to prove beyond a reasonable doubt a specific date upon which any of the alleged offenses occurred. The state is only required to prove beyond a reasonable doubt that the alleged offenses occurred before the finding and returning of the presentment in this case. The burden is upon the state to prove by preponderance of the evidence that this offense was committed in Sullivan County, Tennessee. Proof by preponderance of the evidence means that the greater weight of the evidence must be in support of the state's contention. Venue of the offense lies in the county where the offense was commenced or consummated. If you find that the state has failed to prove by preponderance of the evidence that this offense was committed or consummated in Sullivan County, Tennessee, then you must return a verdict of not guilty. If you have read or heard anything about the case other than in open court, you should disregard what you read or heard and base your verdict only upon the law and evidence presented under the direction of the court. You are the exclusive judges of the facts in this case. Also, you are the exclusive judges of the law under the direction of the court. You should apply the law to the facts in deciding this case. You should consider all the evidence in light of your own observations and experience in life. You are the exclusive judge of the credibility of the witnesses and the weight to be given to their testimony. If there are conflicts in the testimony of the different witnesses, you must reconcile them if you can, without hastily or rashly concluding that any witness has sworn falsely, for the law presumes that all witnesses are truthful. In forming your opinion as to the credibility of a witness, you may look to the proof, if any, of his or her general character, the evidence, if any, of the witness's reputation for truth and veracity, the intelligence and respectability of the witness, his or her interest or lack of interest in the outcome of the trial, his or her feelings, his or her apparent fairness or bias, his or her means of knowledge, the reasonableness of his or her statements, his or her appearance and demeanor while testifying, his or her contradictory statements as to material matters, if any, are shown, and all the evidence in the case tending to corroborate or to contradict him or her. A witness may be impeached by proving that he or she has made some material statements out of court which are at variance to his or her evidence on the witness stand. However, proof of such prior inconsistent statements may be considered by you only for the purpose of testing the witness's credibility and not as substantive evidence of the truth of the matter asserted in such out-of-court statements. Further, a witness may be impeached by careful cross-examination involving the witness in contradictory, unreasonable, and improbable statements. However, immaterial discrepancies or differences in the statements of witnesses do not affect their credibility unless it should plainly appear that some witness has willfully testified falsely. When a witness is thus impeached, the jury has the right to disregard his or her evidence and treat it as untrue, except where it's corroborated by other credible testimony or by the facts and circumstances proved in the trial. Your decision on the facts of this case should not be determined by the number of witnesses testifying for or against a party. You should consider all of the facts and circumstances in evidence to determine which of the witnesses you choose to believe or not to believe. The defendant has the right to remain silent, that is, the right not to testify. You shall not consider such silence as evidence of guilt, and you can draw no inferences of guilt from such silence or decision not to testify. You are reminded that the state has the burden to prove guilt of any offense beyond a reasonable doubt. Evidence has been introduced in this trial of a statement or statements by the defendant made outside the trial alleged to show an admission against interest. An admission against interest is a statement by the defendant which acknowledges the existence or truth of some fact necessary to be proven to establish the guilt of the defendant, or which tends to show guilt of the defendant, or is evidence of some material fact but not amounting to a confession. While this evidence has been received, it remains your duty to decide if in fact such statement was ever made. If you believe a statement was not made by the defendant, you should not consider it. If you decide the statement was made by the defendant, you must judge the truth of the facts stated. In so determining, consider the circumstances under which the statement was made. Also, consider whether any of the other evidence before you tends to contradict the statement in whole or in part. You must not, however, arbitrarily disregard any part of any statement, but rather should consider all of any statement you believe was made and is true. You are the sole judge of what weight should be given such statement. If you decide a statement was made, you should consider it with all the other evidence in the case in determining the defendant's guilt or innocence. Expert witness. During the trial, you heard the expert testimony of Dr. Matrina Schmidt, who was described to us as an expert in the field of forensic pathology, Dr. Darinka Polchan, who was described to us as an expert in the field of forensic pathology, Paul Durant, who was described to us as an expert in the field of forensic analysis of digital devices, Marla Gray, who was described as an expert in the field of serology and DNA analysis, and David Hoover, who was described to us as an expert in the field of latent fingerprint identification. The rules of evidence provide that if scientific, technical, or other specialized knowledge might assist the jury in understanding the evidence or in determining a fact and issue, a witness qualified as an expert by reason of special knowledge, skill, or experience may testify and state their opinions concerning such matters and give reasons for their testimony. Merely because an expert witness has expressed an opinion does not mean, however, that you are bound to accept this opinion. The The same as with any other witness, it is up to you to decide whether you believe this testimony and choose to rely upon it. Part of that decision will depend on your judgment about whether the witness's background or training and experience is sufficient for the witness to give the expert opinion that you heard. You must also decide whether the witness's opinions were based on sound reason, judgment, and information. You are to give the testimony of an expert witness such weight and value as you think it deserves, along with all the other evidence in the case. Evidence. You may have heard two types of evidence in this case. One type of evidence is called direct evidence, and the other type is called circumstantial evidence. Direct evidence is those parts of the testimony admitted in court which refer to what happened and was testified to by witnesses who saw or heard or otherwise sensed what happened firsthand. If witnesses testified about what they themselves saw or heard or otherwise sensed, they presented direct evidence. Circumstantial evidence is all the testimony and exhibits which give you clues about what happened in an indirect way. It consists of all the evidence which is not direct evidence. Do not assume that direct evidence is always better than circumstantial evidence. According to our laws, direct evidence is not necessarily better than circumstantial evidence. Either type of evidence can prove a fact if it is convincing enough. A defendant may be convicted on direct evidence, circumstantial evidence, or both. The law makes no distinction between the weight that you should give either direct or circumstantial evidence. It is for you to decide how much weight to give any evidence. The crime charged or included in each count of the presentment is a separate and distinct offense. You must decide each charge separately on the evidence and law applicable to it. The defendant may be convicted or acquitted on any or all of the offenses charged or included. Your findings as to the crimes charged must be stated in your verdict. You will not be provided with a transcript of the testimony. However, you were permitted to take written notes. Notes taken by a juror to be used only as an aid to the memory of that juror alone and may not be used as authority in the jury deliberation room. The fact that something has been reduced to writing does not make it more significant than matters not noted down, and does not make it more accurate than independent memory. During your deliberations, you must not communicate with or provide any information to anyone by any means about this case outside the jury deliberation room. You may not use any electronic device or media such as a telephone, cell phone, smartphone, iPhone, BlackBerry, or computer, the internet, any internet service, or any text or instant messaging service, or any internet chat room, blog, or website, including all social media, to communicate to anyone any information about this case, or to conduct any research about this case until you have returned your verdict and the trial has concluded. The court will now instruct you as to the law applicable to all counts of the presentment. Count 1, premeditated first-degree murder. Any person who commits the offense of premeditated first-degree murder is guilty of a crime. For you to find the defendant guilty of this offense, the state must have proven beyond a reasonable doubt the existence of the following essential elements. 1, that the defendant unlawfully killed the alleged victim, and 2, that the defendant acted intentionally, and 3, that the killing was premeditated. Intentionally means that a person acts intentionally when it is the person's conscious objective or desire to cause the death of the alleged victim. A premeditated act is one done after the exercise of reflection and judgment. Premeditation means that the intent to kill must have been formed prior to the act itself. It is not necessary that the purpose to kill pre-exist in the mind of the accused for any definite period of time. The mental state of the accused at the time she allegedly decided to kill must be carefully considered to determine whether the accused was sufficiently free from excitement and passion as to be capable of premeditation. If the design to kill was formed with premeditation, it is immaterial that the accused may have been in a state of passion or excitement when the design was carried into effect. Furthermore, premeditation can be found if the decision to kill is first formed during the heat of passion, but the accused commits the act after the passion has subsided. If you find from the proof beyond a reasonable doubt that the defendant is guilty of premeditated first-degree murder, then the jury will not fix a fine. If you have a reasonable doubt as to the defendant's guilt of premeditated first-degree murder as charged in the presentment, then your verdict must be not guilty as to this offense. Count 2, first-degree murder in the perpetration of a felony. Any person who commits first-degree murder is guilty of a crime. For you to find the defendant guilty of this offense, the state must have proven beyond a reasonable doubt the existence of the following essential elements. 1, that the defendant unlawfully killed the alleged victim, and 2, that the killing was committed in the perpetration of or the attempt to perpetrate the alleged aggravated child abuse, that is, that the killing was closely connected to the alleged aggravated child abuse and was not a separate, distinct, and independent event. And 3, that the defendant intended to commit the alleged aggravated child abuse. The following essential elements apply to aggravated child abuse. 1, that the defendant knowingly, other than by accidental means, treated a child in such a manner as to inflict injury. And 2, that the act of abuse resulted in serious bodily injury to the child. And 3, that the child was 8 years of age or less. The intent to commit the underlying felony must exist prior to or concurrent with the commission of the act causing the death of the victim. Proof that such intent to commit the underlying felony existed before or concurrent with the act of killing is a question of fact to be decided by the jury after consideration of all the facts and circumstances. Consideration of such factors as time, place, and causation is helpful in determining whether a killing was committed in the perpetration of the alleged aggravated child abuse. The killing may precede, coincide with, or follow the aggravated child abuse and still be considered as occurring in the perpetration of the aggravated child abuse, so long as there is a connection in time, place, and continuity of action. Knowingly means that a person acts knowingly with respect to the conduct or the circumstances surrounding the conduct when the person is aware of the nature of the conduct or that the circumstances exist. The requirement of knowingly is also established if it is shown that the defendant acted intentionally. Intentionally means that a person acts intentionally with respect to the nature of the conduct when it is the person's conscious objective or desire to engage in the conduct. Child and serious bodily injury are defined for you in the definition section of these instructions. If you find from the proof beyond a reasonable doubt that the defendant is guilty of first-degree murder in the perpetration of a felony, then the jury will not fix a fine. If you have a reasonable doubt as to the defendant's guilt of first-degree murder in the perpetration of a felony, as charged in the presentment, then your verdict must be not guilty as to this offense. Count 3, first-degree murder in the perpetration of a felony. Any person who commits first-degree murder is guilty of a crime. For you to find the defendant guilty of this offense, the state must have proven beyond a reasonable doubt the existence of the following essential elements. 1, that the defendant unlawfully killed the alleged victim. And 2, that the killing was committed in the perpetration of or the attempt to perpetrate the alleged aggravated child neglect. That is, that the killing was closely connected to the aggravated child neglect, the alleged aggravated child neglect, and was not a separate, distinct, and independent event. And 3, excuse me. 3, that the defendant intended to commit the alleged aggravated child neglect. The following essential elements apply to aggravated child neglect. 1, that the defendant knowingly neglected a child so as to adversely affect the child's health and welfare. And 2, that the act of neglect resulted in serious bodily injury to the child. And 3, that the child was 8 years of age or less. The intent to commit the underlying felony must exist prior to or concurrent with the commission of the act causing the death of the victim. Proof that such intent to commit the underlying felony existed before or concurrent with the act of killing is a question of fact to be decided by the jury after consideration of all the facts and circumstances. Consideration of such factors as time, place, and causation is helpful in determining whether a killing was committed in the perpetration of the alleged aggravated child neglect. The killing may precede, coincide with, or follow the aggravated child neglect and still be considered as occurring in the perpetration of the aggravated child neglect, so long as there is a connection in time, place, and continuity of action. Knowingly and intentionally have previously been defined for you on page 15 of these instructions. Child and serious bodily injury are defined for you in the definition section of these instructions. If you find from the proof beyond a reasonable doubt that the defendant is guilty of first-degree murder in the perpetration of a felony, then the jury will not fix a fine. If you have a reasonable doubt as to the defendant's guilt of first-degree murder in the perpetration of a felony was charged in the presentment, then your verdict must be not guilty as to this offense. Lesser included offense counts 1, 2, and 3, second-degree murder. Any person who commits second-degree murder is guilty of a crime. For you to find the defendant guilty of this offense, the state must have proven beyond a reasonable doubt the existence of the following essential elements. 1, that the defendant unlawfully killed the alleged victim, and 2, that the defendant acted knowingly. Knowingly means that a person acts with an awareness that his or her conduct is reasonably certain to cause the death of the alleged victim. The requirement of knowingly is also established if it is shown that the defendant acted intentionally. Intentionally has been previously defined for you on page 13 of these instructions. The distinction between voluntary manslaughter and second-degree murder is that voluntary manslaughter requires that the killing result from a state of passion produced by adequate provocation sufficient to lead a reasonable person to act in an irrational manner. If you find from the proof beyond a reasonable doubt that the defendant is guilty of second-degree murder, then you may fix a fine in any amount not greater than $50,000, and you'll so report your fine on your verdict form. If you have a reasonable doubt as the defendant's guilt of second-degree murder is charged and included in the presentment, then your verdict must be not guilty as to this offense. Lesser included offense counts 1, 2, and 3. Voluntary manslaughter. Any person who commits voluntary manslaughter is guilty of a crime. For you to find the defendant guilty of this offense, the state must have proven beyond a reasonable doubt the existence of the following essential elements. 1, that the defendant unlawfully killed the alleged victim, and 2, that the defendant acted intentionally or knowingly, and 3, that the killing resulted from a state of passion produced by adequate provocation sufficient to lead a reasonable person to act in an irrational manner. Intentionally has been previously defined for you on page 13 of these instructions. Knowingly has been previously defined for you on page 17 of these instructions. The requirement of knowingly is also established if it is shown the defendant acted intentionally. The distinction between voluntary manslaughter and second-degree murder is that voluntary manslaughter requires that the killing result from a state of passion produced by adequate provocation, sufficient to lead a reasonable person to act in an irrational manner. If you find from the proof beyond a reasonable doubt that the defendant is guilty of voluntary manslaughter, then you may fix a fine in any amount not greater than $10,000, and you'll so report your fine on your verdict form. If you have reasonable doubt as to the defendant's guilt of voluntary manslaughter as charged and included in the presentment, then your verdict must be not guilty as to this offense. Lesser included offense counts 1, 2, and 3, reckless homicide. Any person who commits the offense of reckless homicide is guilty of a crime. For you to find the defendant guilty of this offense, the state must have proven beyond reasonable doubt the existence of the following essential elements. 1, that the defendant killed the alleged victim, and 2, that the defendant acted recklessly. Recklessly means that a person acts recklessly when the person is aware of but consciously disregards a substantial and unjustifiable risk that the alleged victim will be killed. The risk must be of such a nature and degree that its disregard constitutes a gross deviation from the standard of care that an ordinary person would exercise under all the circumstances as viewed from the accused person's standpoint. The requirement of recklessly is also shown or established if it is shown that the defendant acted knowingly or intentionally. Intentionally has been previously defined for you on page 13 of these instructions. Knowingly has previously been defined for you on page 17 of these instructions. If you find from the proof beyond a reasonable doubt that the defendant is guilty of reckless homicide, then you may fix a fine in any amount not greater than $5,000, and you'll so report your fine on your verdict form. If you have reasonable doubt as to the defendant's guilt of reckless homicide as charged and included in the presentment, then your verdict must be not guilty as to this offense. Lesser included offense counts 1, 2, and 3, criminally negligent homicide. Any person who commits criminally negligent homicide is guilty of a crime. For you to find the defendant guilty of this offense, the state must have proven beyond a reasonable doubt the existence of the following essential elements. 1, that the defendant's conduct resulted in the death of the alleged victim, and 2, that the defendant acted with criminal negligence. Criminal negligence means that a person acts with criminal negligence when the person ought to be aware of a substantial and unjustifiable risk that the alleged victim would be killed. The risk must be of such a nature and degree that his failure to perceive it constitutes a gross deviation from the standard of care that an ordinary person would exercise under all the circumstances as viewed from the accused person's standpoint. The requirement of criminal negligence is also established if it is shown the defendant acted intentionally, knowingly, or recklessly. Intentionally has been previously defined for you on page 13 of the instructions. Knowingly has been previously defined for you on page 17 of the instructions. Recklessly has been previously defined for you on page 19 of these instructions. If you find from the proof beyond a reasonable doubt that the defendant is guilty of criminally negligent homicide, you may fix a fine in any amount not greater than $3,000, and you'll so report your fine on your verdict form. If you have reasonable doubt as to the defendant's guilt of criminally negligent homicide as charged and included in the presentment, then your verdict must be not guilty as to this count. Lesser included offense counts 1, 2, and 4. Child abuse. Any person who commits child abuse is guilty of a crime. For you to find the defendant guilty of this offense, the state must have proven beyond a reasonable doubt the existence of the following essential elements. 1, that the defendant knowingly, other than by accidental means, treated a child in such a manner as to inflict injury. And 2, that the child was 8 years of age or less. Knowingly has been previously defined for you on page 15 of these instructions. The requirement of knowingly is also established if it is shown the defendant acted intentionally. Intentionally has been previously defined for you on page 15 of these instructions. Child and bodily injury are defined for you in the definition section of these instructions. If you find from the proof beyond a reasonable doubt that the defendant is guilty of child abuse, you may fix the fine in any amount not greater than $2,500, and you so report your fine on your verdict form. If you have a reasonable doubt as to the defendant's guilt of child abuse as charged in the presentment, then your verdict must be not guilty as to this offense. Lesser included offense counts 1, 3, and 5, child neglect. Any person who commits child neglect is guilty of a crime. For you to find the defendant guilty of this offense, the state must have proven beyond a reasonable doubt the existence of the following essential elements. 1, that the defendant knowingly neglected a child so as to adversely affect the child's health and welfare. And 2, that the child was 8 years of age or less. Knowingly has been previously defined for you on page 15 of these instructions. The requirement of knowingly is also established if it is shown the defendant acted intentionally. Intentionally has been previously defined for you on page 15 of these instructions. Child and bodily injury are defined for you in the definition section of these instructions. The requirement of knowingly is also established if it is shown the defendant acted intentionally. If you find from the proof beyond a reasonable doubt that the defendant is guilty of child neglect, then you may fix the fine in any amount not greater than $2,500, and you'll so report your fine on your verdict form. If you have a reasonable doubt as to the defendant's guilt of child neglect as charged in the presentment, then your verdict must be not guilty as to this offense. Count 4, aggravated child abuse. Any person who commits the offense of aggravated child abuse is guilty of a crime. For you to find the defendant guilty of this offense, the state must have proven beyond a reasonable doubt the existence of the following essential elements. 1, that the defendant knowingly, other than by accidental means, treated a child in such a manner as to inflict injury, and 2, that the act of abuse resulted in serious bodily injury to the child, and 3, that the child was 8 years of age or less. Knowingly has been previously defined for you on page 15 of these instructions. The requirement of knowingly is also established if it is shown the defendant acted intentionally. Intentionally has been previously defined for you on page 15 of these instructions. Child and serious bodily injury are defined for you in the definition section of these instructions. The requirement of knowingly is also established if it is shown the defendant acted intentionally. If you find from the proof beyond a reasonable doubt that the defendant is guilty of aggravated child abuse, then you may fix a fine in any amount not greater than $50,000, and you'll so report your fine on your verdict form. If you have a reasonable doubt as to the defendant's guilt of aggravated child abuse as charged in the presentment, then your verdict must be not guilty as to this offense. Lesser included offense counts 4 and 5, aggravated assault. Any person who commits the offense of aggravated assault is guilty of a crime. For you to find the defendant guilty of this offense, the state must have proven beyond a reasonable doubt the existence of the following essential elements. 1, that the defendant intentionally or knowingly caused bodily injury to another, and 2, that the act resulted in serious bodily injury. For purposes of this count, intentionally, knowingly bodily injury, and serious bodily injury are defined for you in the definition section of these instructions. If you find from the proof beyond a reasonable doubt that the defendant is guilty of aggravated assault, then you may fix a fine in any amount not greater than $10,000, and you'll so report your fine on your verdict form. Excuse me. If you have a reasonable doubt as to the defendant's guilt of aggravated assault as charged in the presentment, then your verdict must be not guilty as to this offense. Lesser included offense counts 4 and 5, reckless aggravated assault. Any person who commits the offense of reckless aggravated assault is guilty of a crime. For you to find the defendant guilty of this offense, the state must have proven beyond a reasonable doubt the existence of the following essential elements. 1, that the defendant recklessly caused bodily injury to another, and 2, that the act resulted in serious bodily injury. For the purpose of this count, recklessly bodily injury and serious bodily injury are defined for you in the definition section of these instructions. If you find from the proof beyond a reasonable doubt that the defendant is guilty of reckless aggravated assault, then you may fix a fine in any amount not greater than not greater than $5,000. And you'll so report your fine on your verdict form. If you have a reasonable doubt as to the defendant's guilt of reckless aggravated assault as charged in the presentment, then your verdict must be not guilty as to this offense. Ladies and gentlemen, anytime that I make a change, I'm making the change in the notebook that's black. It says original charge. This is the official original charge. Those are just your copies. Okay. Lesser included offense counts 1, 2, 3, 4, and 5. Assault. Any person who commits an assault upon another is guilty of a crime. For you to find the defendant guilty of this offense, the state must have proven beyond reasonable doubt the existence of the following essential elements. 1, that the defendant caused bodily injury to another, and 2, that the defendant acted either intentionally, knowingly, or recklessly. For purposes of this count, intentionally, knowingly, recklessly, and bodily injury are defined for you in the definition section of these instructions. If you find from the proof beyond a reasonable doubt that the defendant is guilty of assault, then you may fix a fine in any amount not greater than $2,500, and you'll so report your fine on your verdict form. If you have reasonable doubt as to the defendant's guilt of assault as charged in the presentment, then your verdict must be not guilty of this as to this offense. Lesser included offense counts 1, 2, 3, 4, and 5. Misdemeanor or reckless endangerment. Any person who commits the offense of misdemeanor or reckless endangerment is guilty of a crime. For you to find the defendant guilty of this offense, the state must have proven beyond a reasonable doubt the existence of the following essential elements. 1, that the defendant engaged in conduct which placed or might have placed another person in imminent danger of death or serious bodily injury. And 2, that the defendant acted recklessly. For the threat of death or serious bodily injury to be imminent, the person must be placed in a reasonable probability of danger as opposed to a mere possibility of danger. Before you can convict the defendant, the state must show beyond reasonable doubt that a person or class of persons was in the zone of danger. The zone of danger is that area in which a reasonable probability exists that the defendant's conduct would place others in imminent danger of death or serious bodily injury. For purposes of this count, recklessly, intentionally, knowingly, and serious bodily injury are defined for you in the definition section of these instructions. The requirement of recklessly is also established if it is shown the defendant acted intentionally or knowingly. If you find from the proof beyond a reasonable doubt that the defendant is guilty of misdemeanor or reckless endangerment, then you may fix a fine in any amount not greater than $2,500, and you'll so report your fine on your verdict form. If you have a reasonable doubt as to the defendant's guilt of misdemeanor or reckless endangerment as charged in the presentment, then your verdict must be not guilty as to this offense. Count 5, aggravated child neglect. Any person who commits the offense of aggravated child neglect is guilty of a crime. For you to find the defendant guilty of this offense, the state must have proven beyond a reasonable doubt the existence of the following essential elements. 1, that the defendant knowingly neglected a child so as to adversely affect the child's health and welfare. And 2, that the act of neglect resulted in serious bodily injury to the child. And 3, that the child was 8 years of age or less. Knowingly has been previously defined for you on page 15 of these instructions. The requirement of knowingly is also established if it is shown the defendant acted intentionally. Intentionally has been previously defined for you on page 15 of these instructions. Adversely affect the child's health and welfare, child, and serious bodily injury are defined for you in the definition section of these instructions. If you find from the proof beyond a reasonable doubt that the defendant is guilty of aggravated child abuse, then you may fix a fine in any amount not greater than $50,000, and you'll so report your fine on your verdict form. That should say neglect. All right, let me reread that. If you find from the proof beyond a reasonable doubt that the defendant is guilty of aggravated child neglect, then you may fix a fine in any amount not greater than $50,000, and you'll so report your fine on your verdict form. If you have a reasonable doubt as to the defendant's guilt of aggravated child neglect as charged in the presentment, then your verdict must be not guilty as to this offense. Count 6, tampering with evidence. Any person who commits the offense of tampering with evidence is guilty of a crime. For you to find the defendant guilty of this offense, the state must have proven beyond a reasonable doubt the existence of the following essential elements. 1, that the defendant knew an investigation was in progress, and 2, that the defendant concealed a thing with the intent to impair its availability as evidence in the investigation. For purposes of this count, knew, conceal, destroy, and bodily injury are defined for you in the definition section of these instructions. The requirement of knowingly is also established if it is shown the defendant acted intentionally. If you find from the proof beyond reasonable doubt that the defendant is guilty of tampering with evidence, then you may fix a fine in any amount not greater than $10,000, and you'll so report your fine on your verdict form. If you have a reasonable doubt as to the defendant's guilt of tampering with evidence as charged in the presentment, then your verdict must be not guilty as to this offense. Count 7 through 17, false report. Any person who makes a false statement to law enforcement officer is guilty of a crime. For you to find the defendant guilty of this offense, the state must have proven beyond a reasonable doubt the existence of the following essential elements. 1, that the statement was made by the defendant. 2, that statement was made in response to a legitimate inquiry by a law enforcement officer. And 3, that the statement would concern a material fact about an incident within the officer's concern. And 4, that the defendant knew such statement was false. And 5, that the statement was made by the defendant with the intent to obstruct or hinder the officer from preventing an incident from continuing to occur. For purposes of this count, new and law enforcement officer are defined for you in the definition section of these instructions. The requirement of knowingly is also established if it is shown the defendant acted intentionally. If you find from the proof beyond a reasonable doubt that the defendant is guilty of false report, then you may fix the fine in any amount not greater than $5,000, and you so report your fine on your verdict form. If you have a reasonable doubt as to the defendant's guilt in a false report as charged in the presentment, then your verdict must be not guilty as to this offense. Count 19, abuse of a corpse. Any person who commits the offense of abuse of a corpse is guilty of a crime. For you to find the defendant guilty of this offense, the state must have proven beyond a reasonable doubt the existence of the following essential elements. 1, that the defendant physically mistreated a corpse in a manner offensive to the sensibilities of an ordinary person. And 2, that the defendant acted without legal privilege. And 3, that the defendant acted knowingly. For purposes of this count, knowingly is defined for you in the definition section of these instructions. The requirement of knowingly is also established if it is shown the defendant acted intentionally. If you find from the proof beyond a reasonable doubt that the defendant is guilty of abuse of a corpse, then you may fix a fine in any amount not greater than $3,000, and you'll so report your fine on your verdict form. If you have a reasonable doubt as to the defendant's guilt of abuse of a corpse as charged in the presentment, then your verdict must be not guilty as to this offense. Count 20, failure to report a death under suspicious, unusual, or unnatural circumstances. Any person who commits the offense of failure to report a death under suspicious, unusual, or unnatural circumstances is guilty of a crime. For you to find the defendant guilty of this offense, the state must have proven beyond a reasonable doubt the existence of the following essential elements. 1, that the defendant knowingly failed to report the death of Evelyn Boswell to the county medical examiner, local police, district attorney, or sheriff. And 2, that the death was from violence, trauma, or any suspicious, unusual, or unnatural manner. For purposes of this count, knowingly is defined for you in the definition section of these instructions. The requirement of knowingly is also established if it is shown the defendant acted intentionally. If you find from the proof beyond reasonable doubt that the defendant is guilty of failure to report a death under suspicious, unusual, or unnatural circumstances, then you may fix a fine in any amount not greater than $3,000, and you'll so report your fine on your verdict form. If you have a reasonable doubt as to the defendant's guilt of failure to report a death under suspicious, unusual, or unnatural circumstances as charged in the presentment, then your verdict must be not guilty as to this offense. Criminal attempt. The following definition applies to the attempt to commit any criminal offense that is charged or included as a lesser offense in these instructions. Any person who attempts to commit any criminal offense is guilty of a crime. For you to find the person guilty of criminal attempt to commit any criminal offense, the state must have proven beyond a reasonable doubt the existence of the following essential elements. 1, that the defendant intended to commit the specified criminal offense, and 2, that the defendant did some act intending to complete a course of action or cause a result that would constitute the specified criminal offense under circumstances as the defendant believed them to be at the time. And his actions constituted a substantial step toward the commission of the specified criminal offense. The defendant's actions do not constitute a substantial step unless the defendant's entire course of action clearly shows his intent to commit the specified criminal offense. The essential elements necessary to constitute each specified criminal offense are set out in these instructions. The definition of attempt to commit a criminal offense and the fine associated with each attempt to commit a criminal offense is as follows. Count 1, attempt to commit premeditated first-degree murder, maximum fine $50,000. Attempt to commit second-degree murder, maximum fine $50,000. Attempt to commit voluntary manslaughter, maximum fine $50,000. Attempt to commit child abuse, maximum fine $50. Attempt to commit child neglect, maximum fine attempt to commit child abuse, maximum fine $500. Attempt to commit child neglect, maximum fine $500. Attempt to commit assault, maximum fine $500. Count 2, attempt to commit first-degree murder in the perpetration of a felony, maximum fine $50,000. Attempt to commit second-degree murder, maximum fine $25,000. Attempt to commit voluntary manslaughter, maximum fine $5,000. Attempt to commit child abuse, maximum fine $500. Attempt to commit assault, maximum fine $500. Count 3, attempt to commit first-degree murder in the perpetration of a felony, maximum fine $50,000. Attempt to commit second-degree murder, maximum fine $25,000. Attempt to commit voluntary manslaughter, maximum fine $5,000. Attempt to commit child neglect, maximum fine $500. Attempt to commit assault, maximum fine $500. Count 4, attempt to commit aggravated child abuse, maximum fine $25,000. Attempt to commit aggravated assault, maximum fine $5,000. Attempt to commit assault, maximum fine $500. Attempt to commit child abuse, maximum fine $500. Count 5, attempt to commit aggravated child neglect, maximum fine $25,000. Attempt to commit aggravated assault, maximum fine $5,000. Attempt to commit assault, maximum fine $500. Attempt to commit child neglect, maximum fine $500. Count 6, attempt to commit tampering with evidence, maximum fine $5,000. Counts 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15, 16, and 17, attempt to commit false report, maximum fine $5,000. Count 19, attempt to commit abuse of corpse, maximum fine $2,500. Count 20, attempt to commit failure to report death under suspicious, unusual, or unnatural circumstances, maximum fine $2,500. Facilitation of a felony. The following definition applies to any offense of facilitation that is charged or included as a lesser offense in these instructions. Any person who commits the offense of facilitation of a felony is guilty of a crime. For you to find the defendant guilty of facilitation of any offense, the state must have proven beyond a reasonable doubt the existence of the following essential elements. 1, that the defendant knew that another person intended to commit the specified offense, but did not have the intent to promote or assist the commission of the offense or to benefit in the proceeds or results of the offense. And 2, that the defendant furnished substantial assistance to that person in the commission of the specified criminal offense. And 3, that the defendant furnished such assistance knowingly. The essential elements necessary to constitute the specified criminal offense are set out in these instructions. The definition of facilitation of an offense and the fine associated with each facilitation offense is as follows. Count 1, facilitation of first-degree murder, maximum fine $50,000. Facilitation of attempt to commit first-degree murder, maximum fine $25,000. Facilitation of second-degree murder, maximum fine $25,000. Facilitation of attempt to commit second-degree murder, maximum fine $10,000. Facilitation of voluntary manslaughter, maximum fine $5,000. Facilitation of attempt to commit voluntary manslaughter, maximum fine $3,000. Facilitation of reckless homicide, maximum fine $3,000. Facilitation of criminally negligent homicide, maximum fine $2,500. Count 2, facilitation of first-degree murder in the perpetration of a felony, maximum fine $50,000. Facilitation of attempt to commit first-degree murder in the perpetration of a felony, maximum fine $25,000. Facilitation of second-degree murder, maximum fine $25,000. Facilitation of attempt to commit second-degree murder, maximum fine $10,000. Facilitation of voluntary manslaughter, maximum fine $5,000. Facilitation of attempt to commit voluntary manslaughter, maximum fine $3,000. Facilitation of reckless homicide, maximum fine $3,000. Facilitation of criminally negligent homicide, maximum fine $2,500. Count 3, facilitation of first-degree murder in the perpetration of a felony, maximum fine $50,000. Facilitation of attempt to commit first-degree murder in the perpetration of a felony, maximum fine $25,000. Facilitation of second-degree murder, maximum fine $25,000. Facilitation of attempt to commit second-degree murder, maximum fine $10,000. Facilitation of voluntary manslaughter, maximum fine $5,000. Facilitation of attempt to commit voluntary manslaughter, maximum fine $3,000. Facilitation of reckless homicide, maximum fine $3,000. Facilitation of criminally negligent homicide, maximum fine $2,500. Count 4, facilitation of aggravated child abuse, maximum fine $5,000. Facilitation of attempt to commit aggravated child abuse, maximum fine $3,000. Facilitation of aggravated assault, maximum fine $5,000. Facilitation of attempt to commit aggravated assault, maximum fine $3,000. Facilitation of reckless aggravated assault, maximum fine $3,000. Count 5, facilitation of aggravated child neglect, maximum fine $5,000. Facilitation of attempt to commit aggravated child neglect, maximum fine $3,000. Facilitation of aggravated assault, maximum fine $5,000. Facilitation of attempt to commit aggravated assault, maximum fine $3,000. Facilitation of reckless aggravated assault, maximum fine $3,000. Count 6, facilitation of tampering with evidence, maximum fine $5,000. Facilitation of attempt to commit tampering with evidence, maximum fine $3,000. Count 19, facilitation of abuse of the corpse, maximum fine $2,500. Criminal responsibility for conduct of another. A defendant is criminally responsible as a party to the offense charged and included if the offense was committed by the defendant's own conduct, by the conduct of another for which the defendant is criminally responsible, or by both. Each party to the offense may be charged with the commission of the offense. The defendant is criminally responsible for an offense committed by the conduct of another if, acting with the intent to promote or assist the commission of the offense or to benefit in the proceeds or result of the offense, the defendant solicits, directs, aids, or attempts to aid another person to commit the offense. Under the theory of criminal responsibility, an individual's presence and companionship with the perpetrator of an offense before and after commission of an offense are circumstances from which his or her participation in the crime may be inferred. No particular act need be shown, and the defendant need not have taken a physical part in the crime in order to be held criminally responsible. However, a defendant's mere presence during the commission of a crime is not enough to convict based on the theory of criminal responsibility for the conduct of another. The jury is not required to make this inference. It is the exclusive province of the jury to determine whether the facts and circumstances shown by all the evidence in the case warrant the inference which the law permits the jury to draw. The inference may be rebutted by direct or circumstantial evidence or both, whether it exists in the evidence of the state or the evidence of the defendant. Before you can find the defendant guilty of being criminally responsible for an offense committed by the conduct of another, you must find that all the essential elements of the offense have been proven by the state beyond a reasonable doubt. Definitions. Intentionally or intent means a person acts intentionally with respect to the nature of the conduct or a result of the conduct when it is the person's conscious objective or desire to engage in the conduct or cause the result. Knowingly or new means that a person acts knowingly with respect to the conduct or to the circumstances surrounding the conduct when the person is aware of the nature of the conduct or the circumstances exist. A person acts knowingly with respect to the result of the person's conduct when the person is aware that the conduct is reasonably certain to cause the result. The requirement of knowingly is also established if it is shown the defendant acted intentionally. Recklessly or reckless means that a person acts recklessly with respect to circumstances surrounding the conduct or the result of the conduct when the person is aware of but consciously disregards a substantial and unjustifiable risk that the circumstances exist or the result will occur. The risk must be of such a nature and degree that its disregard constitutes a gross deviation from the standard of care that an ordinary person would exercise under all the circumstances as viewed from the accused person's standpoint. The requirement of recklessly is also established if it is shown the defendant acted intentionally or knowingly. Adversely affect the child's health and welfare may include, but not limited to, the natural effects of starvation and dehydration. Bodily injury includes a cut, abrasion, bruise, burn, or disfigurement, or any physical pain or temporary illness or impairment of the function of a bodily member, organ, or mental faculty. Child means a person under 18 years of age. Serious bodily injury means bodily injury that involves a substantial risk of death, protracted unconsciousness, extreme physical pain, protracted or obvious disfigurement, or protracted loss or substantial impairment of a function of a bodily member, organ, or mental faculty, or a broken bone of a child who is 12 years of age or less. Cause of death. Before a defendant can be convicted of any degree of homicide, the state must have proven beyond a reasonable doubt that the death of the deceased was proximately caused by the criminal conduct of the defendant. The proximate cause of death is that cause which, in natural and continuous sequence, unbroken by any independent intervening cause, produces the death and without which the death would not have occurred. The defendant's conduct need not be the sole or immediate cause of death. The acts or omissions of two or more persons may work concurrently to proximately cause the death, and in such case, each of the participating acts or omissions is regarded as a proximate cause. It is not a defense that the negligent conduct of the deceased may have also been a proximate cause of the death. However, it is a defense to homicide if the proof shows the death was caused by an independent intervening act or omission of the deceased or another, which the defendant, in the exercise of ordinary care, could not reasonably have anticipated as likely to happen. However, if in the course of ordinary care, the defendant should reasonably have anticipated the intervening cause, that cause does not supersede the defendant's original conduct, and the defendant's conduct is considered the proximate cause of death. It is not necessary that the sequence of events or the particular injury be foreseeable. It is only necessary that the death fall within a general field of danger which the defendant should have reasonably anticipated. If you find that the defendant's act, if any, did not unlawfully cause or contribute to the death of the deceased, or if you have a reasonable doubt as to this proposition, then you must find her not guilty. Deliberation process. Each count of the presentment is a separate offense, and you must deliberate on each count. When you begin your deliberations on each count of the presentment, you must first deliberate on the indicted or charged offenses. If you unanimously find the defendant guilty of the indicted offense, you may stop your deliberations as to that count of the presentment. You would then begin your deliberations as to the remaining counts of the presentment. If you unanimously find the defendant not guilty of the indicted offense in each count, or you have a reasonable doubt, then you must unanimously find the defendant not guilty of the indicted offense, and next consider the lesser included offenses in each count as set out below and in your verdict form. You must first deliberate on the greater offense as to each count and unanimously reach a verdict as to the greater offense before you move to the next lesser included offense within that particular count. If you unanimously reach a verdict as to the guilt of a defendant as to a greater offense, you may stop your deliberations as to that count. You would then proceed to the remaining counts of the presentment until you have reached a verdict on each count of the presentment. The order in which you are to consider the charges and lesser included offenses in each count is as follows. Count 1. 1. First degree murder. 2. Facilitation of first degree murder. 3. Attempt to commit first degree murder. 4. Facilitation of attempt to commit first degree murder. 5. Second degree murder. 6. Facilitation of second degree murder. 7. Attempt to commit second degree murder. 8. Facilitation of attempt to commit second degree murder. 9. Voluntary manslaughter. 10. Facilitation of voluntary manslaughter. 11. Attempt to commit voluntary manslaughter. 12. Facilitation of attempt to commit voluntary manslaughter. 13. Reckless homicide. 14. Facilitation of reckless homicide. 15. Criminally negligent homicide. 16. Facilitation of criminally negligent homicide. 17. Child abuse. 18. Child neglect. 19. Attempt to commit child abuse. 20. Attempt to commit child neglect. 21. Assault. 22. Attempt to commit assault. 23. Misdemeanor reckless endangerment. Count 2. 1. First degree murder in the perpetration of a felony. 2. Facilitation of first degree murder in the perpetration of a felony. 3. Attempt to commit first degree murder in the perpetration of a felony. 4. Facilitation of attempt to commit first degree murder in the perpetration of a felony. 5. Second degree murder. 6. Facilitation of second degree murder. 7. Attempt to commit second degree murder. 8. Facilitation of attempt to commit second degree murder. 9. Voluntary manslaughter. 10. Facilitation of voluntary manslaughter. 11. Attempt to commit voluntary manslaughter. 12. Facilitation of attempt to commit voluntary manslaughter. 13. Reckless homicide. 14. Facilitation of reckless homicide. 15. Criminally negligent homicide. 16. Facilitation of criminally negligent homicide. 17. Child abuse. 18. Attempt to commit child abuse. 19. Assault. 20. Attempt to commit assault. 21. Misdemeanor reckless endangerment. Count 3. 1. First degree murder in the perpetration of a felony. 2. Facilitation of first degree murder in the perpetration of a felony. 3. Attempt to commit first degree murder in the perpetration of a felony. 4. Facilitation of attempt to commit first degree murder in the perpetration of a felony. 5. Second degree murder. 6. Facilitation of second degree murder. 7. Attempt to commit second degree murder. 8. Facilitation of attempt to commit second degree murder. 9. Voluntary manslaughter. 10. Facilitation of voluntary manslaughter. 11. Attempt to commit voluntary manslaughter. 12. Facilitation of attempt to commit voluntary manslaughter. 13. Reckless homicide. 14. Facilitation of reckless homicide. 15. Criminally negligent homicide. 16. Facilitation of criminally negligent homicide. 17. Child neglect. 18. Attempt to commit child neglect. 19. Assault. 20. Attempt to commit assault. 21. Misdemeanor reckless endangerment. Count 4. 1. Aggravated child abuse. 2. Facilitation of aggravated child abuse. 3. Attempt to commit aggravated child abuse. 4. Facilitation of attempt to commit aggravated child abuse. 5. Aggravated assault. 6. Facilitation of aggravated assault. 7. Attempt to commit aggravated assault. 8. Facilitation of attempt to commit aggravated assault. 9. Reckless aggravated assault. 10. Facilitation of reckless aggravated assault. 11. Assault. 12. Attempt to commit assault. 13. Misdemeanor reckless endangerment. 14. Child abuse. 15. Attempt to commit child abuse. Count 5. 1, aggravated child neglect. 2, facilitation of aggravated child neglect. 3, attempt to commit aggravated child neglect. 4, facilitation of attempt to commit aggravated child neglect. 5, aggravated assault. 6, facilitation of aggravated assault. 7, attempt to commit aggravated assault. 8, facilitation of attempt to commit aggravated assault. 9, reckless aggravated assault. 10, facilitation of reckless aggravated assault. 11, assault. 12, attempt to commit assault. 13, misdemeanor reckless endangerment. 14, child neglect. 15, attempt to commit child neglect. Count 6, 1, tampering with evidence. 2, facilitation of tampering with evidence. 3, attempt to commit tampering with evidence. 4, facilitation of attempt to commit tampering with evidence. Count 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15, 16, and 17. 1, false report. 2, attempt to commit false report. Count 19, 1, abuse of a corpse. 2, facilitation of abuse of a corpse. 3, attempt to commit abuse of a corpse. 4, facilitation of attempt to commit abuse of a corpse. Count 20, 1, failure to report a death under suspicious, unusual, or unnatural circumstances. And 2, attempt to commit failure to report a death under suspicious, unusual, or unnatural circumstances. The essential elements for each offense of each count of the presentment have been previously set forth in these instructions. Please refer to those essential elements as you deliberate on the charged offense or lesser included offense of each count of the presentment. Fines. Excuse me. If you find the defendant guilty beyond a reasonable doubt of an offense, you may, in your discretion, fix a fine in any amount not to exceed the amount listed for that offense in these instructions and on the verdict forms. If after considering the charged offense and lesser included offenses in each count as set out above and in the verdict form, you find the defendant not guilty or have a reasonable doubt as to her guilt as to all counts and offenses, then you must return a verdict of not guilty and acquit the defendant. In considering the charged offense and lesser included offenses in each count, in this case, do not consider punishment. If you find the defendant guilty of any offenses of any count, the court will set punishment at a separate sentencing hearing. Y'all want to come up here for a second? this is what counts. All right. Now, ladies and gentlemen, remember, when you go back there and you select a four-person, this is the official jury charge, okay? And I'm not going to take up your books and make a change in every one of your books and hand them back out. Otherwise, we'd be here till later tonight. So I'm going to make the change on page 48. And when you deliberate, you go by what this black notebook says. Can everybody do that? Everybody's shaking their head yes. All right. Let me start that over. If after your deliberations you find the defendant guilty of first-degree murder, we will then proceed to sentencing and you will set the punishment. If you find the defendant guilty of any offense in counts 4 through 20, the court will set the punishment at a separate sentencing hearing. You'll be provided with forms for all possible verdicts in this case, and it will be at the back of these instructions. The jury, the jury will mark the appropriate verdict on the form by checking the box next to your verdict, and your foreperson will sign and date the verdict form. Now, in your books, you don't have, oh, you may have. You have verdict forms? All right. This goes back to what I said about the original notebook. You use the verdict forms in this black notebook. All right. Verdict form count 1. We, the jury, find the defendant, Megan Boswell, mark the appropriate 1. Checkbox 1, guilty of first-degree murder. Or checkbox 2, guilty of facilitation of first-degree murder. Fine amount $ blank, not more than $50,000. Or checkbox 3, guilty of attempt to commit first-degree murder. Fine amount $ blank, not more than $50,000. Or checkbox 4, guilty of guilty of facilitation of attempt to commit first-degree murder. Fine amount $ blank, not more than $25,000. Or checkbox 5, guilty of second-degree murder. Fine amount $ blank, not more than $50,000. Or checkbox 6, guilty of facilitation of second-degree murder. Fine amount $ blank, not more than $25,000. Verdict form, count 1 continued. Checkbox 7, guilty of attempt to commit second-degree murder. Fine amount $ blank, not more than $25,000. Or checkbox 8, guilty of facilitation of attempt to commit second-degree murder. Fine amount $ blank, not more than $10,000. Or checkbox 9, guilty of voluntary manslaughter. Fine amount $ blank, not more than $10,000. Or checkbox 10, guilty of facilitation of voluntary manslaughter. Fine amount $ blank, not more than $5,000. Or checkbox 11, guilty of attempt to commit voluntary manslaughter. Fine amount $ blank, not more than $5,000. Or checkbox 12, guilty of facilitation of attempt to commit voluntary manslaughter. Fine amount $ blank, not more than $3,000. Or checkbox 13, guilty of reckless homicide. Fine amount $ blank, not more than $5,000. Or checkbox 14, guilty of facilitation of reckless homicide. Fine amount $ blank, not more than $3,000. Excuse me. Or verdict form count 1 continued. Checkbox 15, guilty of criminally negligent homicide. Fine amount $ blank, not more than $3,000. Or checkbox 16, guilty of facilitation of criminally negligent homicide. Fine amount $ blank, not more than $2,500. Or checkbox 17, guilty of child abuse. Fine amount $ blank, not more than $2,500. Or checkbox 18, guilty of child neglect. Fine amount $ blank, not more than $2,500. Or checkbox 19, guilty of attempt to commit child abuse. Fine amount $ blank, not more than $500. Or checkbox 20, guilty of attempt to commit child neglect. Fine amount $ blank, not more than $500. Or checkbox 21, guilty of assault. Fine amount $ blank, not more than $2,500. Or checkbox 22, guilty of attempt to commit assault. Fine amount $ blank, not more than $500. Or verdict form count 1 continued. Checkbox 23, guilty of misdemeanor reckless endangerment. Fine amount $ blank, not more than $2,500. Or checkbox 24, not guilty. 4-person signature line date blank. Verdict form count 2. With jury, find the defendant, Megan Boswell, mark the appropriate 1. Checkbox 1, guilty of first-degree murder in the perpetration of a felony. Or checkbox 2, guilty of facilitation of first-degree murder in the perpetration of a felony. Fine amount $ blank, not more than $50,000. Or checkbox 3, guilty of attempt to commit first-degree murder in the perpetration of a felony, fine amount $ blank, not more than $50,000. Or checkbox 4, guilty of facilitation of attempt to commit first-degree murder in the perpetration of a felony, fine amount $ blank, not more than $25,000. Or checkbox 5, guilty of second-degree murder, fine amount $ blank, not more than $50,000. Or verdict form count 2 continued, checkbox 6, guilty of facilitation of second-degree murder, fine amount $ blank, not more than $25,000. Or checkbox 7, guilty of attempt to commit second-degree murder, fine amount $ blank, not more than $25,000. Or checkbox 8, guilty of facilitation of attempt to commit second-degree murder, fine amount $ blank, not more than $10,000. Or checkbox 9, guilty of voluntary manslaughter, fine amount $ blank, not more than $10,000. Or checkbox 10, guilty of facilitation of voluntary manslaughter, fine amount $ blank, not more than $5,000. Checkbox 11, or checkbox 11, guilty of attempt to commit voluntary manslaughter, fine amount $ blank, not more than $5,000. Or checkbox 12, guilty of facilitation of attempt to commit voluntary manslaughter, fine amount $ blank, not more than $3,000. Or checkbox 13, guilty of reckless homicide, fine amount $ blank, not more than $5,000. Or verdict form count 2 continued. Checkbox 14, guilty of facilitation of reckless homicide, fine amount $ blank, not more than $3,000. Or checkbox 15, guilty of criminally negligent homicide, fine amount $ blank, not more than $3,000. Or checkbox 16, guilty of facilitation of criminally negligent homicide, fine amount $ blank, not more than $2,500. Or checkbox 17, guilty of child abuse, fine amount $ blank, not more than $2,500. Or checkbox 18, guilty of attempt to commit child abuse, fine amount $ blank, not more than $500. Or checkbox 19, guilty of assault, fine amount $ blank, not more than $2,500. Or checkbox 20, guilty of attempt to commit assault, fine amount $ blank, not more than $500. Or verdict form count 2 continued. Checkbox 21, guilty of misdemeanor reckless endangerment, fine amount $ blank, not more than $2,500. Or checkbox 22, not guilty. 4-person signature line date blank. Verdict form count 3. We, the jury, find the defendant, Megan Boswell, mark the appropriate 1. Checkbox 1, guilty of first-degree murder and perpetration of a felony. Or checkbox 2, guilty of facilitation of first-degree murder and perpetration of a felony, fine amount $ blank, not more than $50,000. Or checkbox 3, guilty of attempt to commit first-degree murder and perpetration of a felony, fine amount $ blank, not more than $50,000. Or checkbox 4, guilty of facilitation of attempt to commit first-degree murder in the perpetration of a felony, fine amount $ blank, not more than $25,000. Or checkbox 5, guilty of second-degree murder, fine amount $ blank, not more than $50,000. Or verdict form count 3 continued. Checkbox 6, guilty of facilitation of second-degree murder, fine amount $ blank, not more than $25,000. Or checkbox 7, guilty of attempt to commit second-degree murder, fine amount $ blank, not more than $25,000. Or checkbox 8, guilty of facilitation of attempt to commit second-degree murder, fine amount $ blank, not more than $10,000. Or checkbox 9, guilty of voluntary manslaughter, fine amount $ blank, not more than $10,000. Or checkbox 10, guilty of facilitation of voluntary manslaughter, fine amount $ blank, not more than $5,000. Or checkbox 11, guilty of attempt to commit voluntary manslaughter, fine amount $ blank, not more than $5,000. Or checkbox 12, guilty of facilitation of attempt to commit voluntary manslaughter, fine amount $ blank, not more than $3,000. Or checkbox 13, guilty of reckless homicide, fine amount $ blank, not more than $5,000. Or verdict form count 3 continued. Checkbox 14, guilty of facilitation of reckless homicide, fine amount $ blank, not more than $3,000. Or checkbox 15, guilty of criminally negligent homicide, fine amount $, blank, not more than 3,000. Or checkbox 16, guilty of facilitation of criminally negligent homicide, fine amount $, blank, not more than 2,500. Or checkbox 17, guilty of child neglect, fine amount $, blank, not more than 2,500. Or checkbox 18, guilty of attempt to commit child neglect, fine amount $, blank, not more than 500. Or checkbox 19, guilty of assault, fine amount $, blank, not more than 2,500. Or checkbox 20, guilty of attempt to commit assault, fine amount $, blank, not more than $500. Or verdict form count 3 continued. Checkbox 21, guilty of misdemeanor reckless endangerment, fine amount $, blank, not more than 2,500. Or checkbox 22, not guilty, 4-person signature line date blank. Verdict form count 4, we the jury find the defendant Megan Boswell, mark appropriate 1. Checkbox 1, guilty of aggravated child abuse, fine amount $, blank, not more than $50,000. Or Checkbox 2, guilty of facilitation of aggravated child abuse, fine amount dollar sign blank, not more than 25,000. Or checkbox 3, guilty of attempt to commit aggravated child abuse, fine amount dollar sign blank, not more than $25,000. Or checkbox 4, guilty of facilitation of attempt to commit aggravated child abuse, fine amount dollar sign blank, not more than 10,000. Or checkbox 5, guilty of aggravated assault, not more than, fine amount dollar sign blank, not more than $10,000. Or checkbox 6, guilty of facilitation of aggravated assault, fine amount dollar sign blank, not more than 5,000. Or verdict form count 4 continued. Checkbox 7, guilty of attempt to commit aggravated assault, fine amount dollar sign blank, not more than $5,000. Or checkbox 8, guilty of facilitation of attempt to commit aggravated assault, fine amount dollar sign blank, not more than $3,000. Or checkbox 9, guilty of reckless aggravated assault, fine amount dollar sign blank, not more than 5,000. Or checkbox 10, guilty of facilitation of reckless aggravated assault, fine amount dollar sign blank, not more than 3,000. Or checkbox 11, guilty of assault, fine amount dollar sign blank, not more than $2,500. Or checkbox 12, guilty of attempt to commit assault, fine amount dollar sign blank, not more than $500. Or checkbox 13, guilty of misdemeanor reckless endangerment, fine amount dollar sign blank, not more than $2,500. Or checkbox 14, guilty of child abuse, fine amount dollar sign blank, not more than $2,500. Or verdict form count 4 continued. Checkbox 15, guilty of attempt to commit child abuse, fine amount dollar sign blank, not more than 500. Or checkbox 16, not guilty, 4-person signature line date blank. Verdict form count 5. We, the jury, find the defendant, Megan Boswell, mark the appropriate 1. Checkbox 1, guilty of aggravated child neglect, fine amount dollar sign blank, not more than $50,000. Or checkbox 2, guilty of facilitation of aggravated neglect, fine amount dollar sign blank, not more than $25,000. Or checkbox 3, guilty of attempt to commit aggravated child neglect, fine amount dollar sign blank, not more than $25,000. Or checkbox 4, guilty of facilitation of attempt to commit aggravated child neglect, fine amount dollar sign blank, not more than $10,000. Or checkbox 5, guilty of aggravated assault, fine amount dollar sign blank, not more than $10,000. Or checkbox 6, guilty of facilitation of aggravated assault, fine amount dollar sign blank, not more than $5,000. Verdict form count 5 continued. Checkbox 7, guilty of attempt to commit aggravated assault, fine amount dollar sign blank, not more than $5,000. Or checkbox 8, guilty of facilitation of attempt to commit assault, aggravated assault, fine amount dollar sign blank, not more than $3,000. Or checkbox 9, guilty of reckless aggravated assault, fine in amount dollar sign blank, not more than $5,000. Or checkbox 10, guilty of facilitation of reckless aggravated assault, fine amount dollar sign blank, not more than $3,000. Or checkbox number 11, guilty of assault, fine in amount dollar sign blank, not more than $2,500. Or checkbox 12, guilty of attempt to commit assault, fine amount dollar sign blank, not more than $500. Or checkbox 13, guilty of misdemeanor reckless endangerment, fine amount dollar sign blank, not more than $2,500. Or checkbox 14, guilty of child neglect, fine amount dollar sign blank, not more than $2,500. Or verdict form count 5 continued. Checkbox 15, guilty of attempt to commit child neglect, fine amount dollar sign blank, not more than $500. Or checkbox 16, not guilty, 4-person signature line date blank. Verdict form count 6. We, the jury, find the defendant, Megan Boswell, mark the appropriate 1. Checkbox 1, guilty of tampering with evidence, fine amount dollar sign blank, not more than $10,000. Or checkbox 2, guilty of facilitation of tampering with evidence, checkbox amount dollar sign blank, not more than $5,000. Or checkbox 3, guilty of attempt to commit tampering with evidence, fine amount dollar sign blank, not more than $5,000. Or checkbox 4, guilty of facilitation of attempt to commit tampering with evidence, fine amount dollar sign blank, not more than $3,000. Or checkbox 5, not guilty, 4-person signature line date blank. Verdict form counts 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15, 16, and 17. We, the jury, find the defendant, Megan Boswell, mark the appropriate 1. Checkbox 1, guilty of false report, fine amount dollar sign blank, not more than $5,000. Or checkbox 2, guilty of attempt to commit false report, fine amount dollar sign blank, not more than $3,000. Or checkbox 3, not guilty, 4-person signature line date blank. Verdict form count 19. We, the jury, find the defendant, Megan Boswell, mark the appropriate 1. Checkbox 1, guilty of abuse of a corpse, fine amount dollar sign blank, not more than $3,000. Or checkbox 2, guilty of facilitation of abuse of a corpse, fine amount dollar sign blank, not more than $2,500. Or checkbox 3, guilty of attempt to abuse of corpse, fine amount, $sign blank, not more than 2,500, or checkbox 4, guilty of facilitation of attempt to commit abuse of corpse, fine amount, $sign blank, not more than 500, or checkbox 5, not guilty, 4-person signature line date blank. Verdict form count 20. We, the jury, find the defendant, Megan Boswell, mark the appropriate one. Checkbox 1, guilty of failure to report a death under suspicious, unusual, or unnatural circumstances, fine amount, $sign blank, not more than 3,000, or checkbox 2, guilty of attempt to commit failure to report a death under suspicious, unusual, or unnatural circumstances, fine amount, $sign blank, not more than 2,500, or checkbox 3, not guilty, 4-person signature line date blank. Back on page 48. You'll be provided with, well, I just did that. The verdict must represent the considered judgment of each juror. In order to return a verdict, it is necessary that each juror agree thereto. Your verdict must be unanimous. It is your duty as jurors to consult with one another and to deliberate with a view to reaching an agreement if you can do so without violence to individual judgment. Each of you must decide the case for yourself, but do so only after an impartial consideration of the evidence with your fellow jurors. In the course of your deliberations, do not hesitate to re-examine your own views and change your opinion if convinced it is erroneous. But do not surrender your honest conviction as to the weight or effect of the evidence solely because of the opinion of your fellow jurors or for the mere purpose of returning a verdict. You can have no prejudice or sympathy or allow anything but the law and evidence to have any influence upon your verdict. You must render your verdict with absolute fairness and impartiality as you think justice and truth dictate. If you find the state has proven the defendant guilty beyond a reasonable doubt, then you should find her guilty. On the other hand, if you find the state has not proven beyond a reasonable doubt the defendant's guilt, or if you have a reasonable doubt as to her guilt, then you must find the defendant not guilty. I'm going to stop right there. Is there lunch here? Your lunch is here. I'm going to let you go eat. I want you to take your notebooks and sit them on your chair and leave them out here. I'm going to have you go with the officer, eat lunch. When we come back, the parties will argue, then I will finalize the charge.
Everyone stand, please.
Oops. Okay, y'all. I try to come on here real easy so I don't scare everybody out of their chairs. Okay, so they have gone to lunch. So that means they'll be back about 1:15. So all of us who have things that we keep putting off to watch this trial, go get everything that you need done. And I'm going to put us on. Thank you, Laura. I just got it, honey. Thank you, thank you, thank you. I'm gonna put this on, and you all can stay and chat or whatever you want to do, and then we will come back at 1:15. Okay. All right, y'all. Happy lunch.
need to address that.
You want me to plan at your table again? You don't want me to stand right here?
I don't.
I may stand right there.
Stop you from standing up there. We'll stand in front of you.
Why? Judge, we may have a sidebar before we start.
Just quick approach.
I'm always opposed.
Those of you stand on the back wall, and I can see.
You mean like this is a process? No, well, I'm like, you meant don't step back over here.
No, you can, I
Yeah,
think
yeah,
you can
yeah.
stand anywhere you want.
Okay, I thought, I just understood. Oh,
She goes to.
well, the problem is, right now, because it's made for LCD screens, the sound off.
No, no, I didn't.
Yeah.
I agree.
Well, the meeting, practices, it's make sure it works, and it was hitting the wall over there when I was practicing. She sure did. Including, you know,
All right. Is the state ready to proceed with closing?
Yes, Your Honor.
Defense ready?
Yes, sir.
If the jury's ready, let's bring them in. Now, I am going to say, hey, Kyle, hold on.
Okay.
Sorry. We put this down here so y'all can hear me. Can everybody hear me? If there is any outbursts at any time during the state's closing, the defendant's closing, the state's rebuttal, I'll clear the whole courtroom. All right? Now we can. You've got exhibits 135 and 93 separated, right? 93 also? Okay.
I need the actual photo. Sharing. I need exhibit number 183. It's a video.
It's Bagley as one of the security officers. Huh?
That was my blood sugar one. Everyone stand, please.
I'm going to leave this up if that's okay, Your Honor.
Right.
Thank you. So we've finally reached the point in trial for closing arguments. And what this essentially means is it's an opportunity for the state of Tennessee to go through, talk about the evidence a little bit, reflect on some of the witnesses, because it's been a pretty long, almost 2 weeks. The state will go first, then one of the defense attorneys will have an opportunity to go, then the state will go again. And Matt, I'll talk a little more about that in a second, but that's because the state carries the burden of proof. So I think each of you should have a jury instruction pamphlet in front of you. I'm going to ask you if you flip to page number 6, it covers the burden of proof. And it seems like it's a common misnomer for the burden of proof to appear to be higher than it actually is for the state of Tennessee. And don't get me wrong, it is a high burden, and we gladly carry that burden every step of the way. But when you read about reasonable doubt, and that, of course, the burden never shifts to the defense. The burden is always on the state of Tennessee. It is a burden. It's not absolute certainty. It does not require you to say, I don't know 100% what happened. That is not what is required by the law. It is not absolute certainty. It's essentially, can you go to bed and let your mind rest easy? Can you, actually, I'm going to do one other thing real quick. What I'm asking you to do is essentially use your own common sense. That's one of the most important things. Okay. And I'm going to give an example of what I mean by this, if I can. It's like Wheel of Fortune. Okay? My handwriting's not the best though. But you get the idea here. It's like Wheel of Fortune. When you see a contestant on Wheel of Fortune and they know the answer to the phrase or the statement, they don't have all the letters when they see that phrase, but they know what the answer is. And if the state has done that, we have met our burden. And it's important to know that it's not beyond a shadow of a doubt. It's not absolute certainty. That is not what is required by the law, by the state of Tennessee. So that brings me to some of the arguments that Mr. Scott has made through this trial. They might be on that same page. Probably should have written it. Here it is, page 5. In your instructions, in the second paragraph, it states, statements, arguments, and remarks of counsel are intended to help you in understanding the evidence and applying the law, but they are not evidence. And I beg you to remember that. When Mr. Scott gets back up and makes his arguments, remember that. the things that come out of his mouth and that came out of his mouth during trial, that is not the evidence. He tried to get you to speculate on so many things during this trial. He wanted to throw out strange theories with aluminum foil. He wanted to throw out a term that doesn't even matter anymore, SIDS. That came from his mouth, not either of the doctors, but from Mr. Scott. He's asking you to speculate. That is not evidence. I beg you to only think about the items that were put into evidence, the photographs, the recordings, and what came from the witness stand. Do not let them sway you from what actually happened in this case. He kept mentioning cadaver dogs. He wanted you to think about that. But if you remember the cadaver dogs, Tommy Boswell, on his property, what did we hear him say? The cadaver dogs didn't even go up there by the playhouse. He wants you to believe maybe the body wasn't there at that time. He's trying to throw you off, but he didn't show anything. There's no proof. There's no evidence.
Ladies and gentlemen, I want to remind you once again, and it's in here in these instructions, but the defendant has no burden to prove anything during this trial. The burden is wholly on the state of Tennessee. Okay? Go ahead, John.
Thank you. And I believe I said that. The state, we gladly carry this burden. But again, what comes out of Mr. Scott's mouth is not evidence. You heard nothing from the witness stand about cadaver dogs. There's no piece of evidence about cadaver dogs. And Mr. Scott said in his opening statement, humans make mistakes. Do you remember that? Dogs also commit mistakes. And if you remember, Agent Fraley and Agent Gratz, both with the TBI, what did they say? They didn't smell anything in that playhouse until they lifted the black bag, and immediately the smell of decomposition hit them. I submit to you, cadaver dogs, what do they work off of? The smell of decomposition. Don't let that fool you. Mr. Scott also talked a lot about Hunter Wood. We heard a lot about Mr. Wood in this trial. Again, did we hear any witness from the witness stand that ever saw Evelyn with Hunter Wood? There wasn't a witness that ever saw Evelyn with Hunter Wood. And if you remember the text messages that we saw yesterday from essentially Hunter's own mouth, it's pretty clear that he's yet another victim of Megan Boswell. She was feeding him the same lines that she was feeding every other person in this case. Mr. Scott brought up the theory of an accident or the word SIDS. Well, you heard Dr. Malushnik say that in the past 10 years in the state of Tennessee, a child 12 months or older has not passed away from SIDS or sudden unexplained death. Those are statistics from the state of Tennessee. But somehow Mr. Scott wants you to believe that somehow that's how this baby died, even though she has foil wrapped around her head, a blanket wrapped around that, inside a trash bag, upside down in a trash can. Let's go through our timeline just for a minute. What do we know? We know that Evelyn was okay until November of 2019. We know that Evelyn was seen at Thanksgiving by family. And then Megan Boswell started a new job at the Chicken Shack. What do we know after that? Megan Boswell meets Hunter Wood. And we know that Sue Whitson is probably the last person to ever see Evelyn alive again. You remember the picture that Sue took? This is very likely the very last picture of Evelyn Boswell alive. Not taken by Megan Boswell, but taken by the babysitter. Sue Whitson testified that the last time she babysat was the end of November, early December, which just so happened to coincide with when Megan Boswell met Hunter Wood, a guy that she was hoping might change her life. But Evelyn was in the way. What did we hear? Do you remember Megan's friend, Maddie Broom? We heard a little bit about her. Her brother, Stephen Lawrence, tried to help Megan. She drove her to a few of the interviews. And if you remember, Megan was apartment shopping on December 8th. And on that date, Evelyn was not with her. And so Stephen asked her later, after it's been reported that Evelyn's missing, he says, was Evelyn gone by then? And what did Megan say? Yes, Evelyn was gone by then. So that takes our window from December 3rd, essentially when Megan Boswell started working at the chicken shack, to December 8th. Evelyn Boswell's 12-month well visit. Do you remember that? Scheduled for December 5th. Megan doesn't call and cancel. She just no-shows. And Casey Saltz, the receptionist there, had to reach out and ask Megan, and Megan gave some excuse, I can't remember what it was, as to why she couldn't bring her. So they rescheduled for the next day. Did Megan show up with Evelyn the next day? No, she didn't. I submit to you, that's because Evelyn was already gone at that point. Casey texts Megan again, and Megan has yet another excuse. The appointment's rescheduled one more time for December 11th, and conveniently, Megan then says, oh, I've decided to change pediatricians. And as we can all imagine, when you change pediatricians, we all know that children have vaccine records and all of the things that come with being, especially that first 12 months of life. They've got a lot of appointments and a lot of vaccinations. So it'd be really, really important to transfer that information to the new pediatrician. Did Megan Boswell do that? No, she didn't. They never got a request from another pediatrician. That was just another line that Megan Boswell told to start trying, I say trying, to cover her tracks. We also know that on December 7th, you saw a text message yesterday from a girl named Haley Marie, and that is the very first time that Megan tells the story her dad has her. December 7th. Keep in mind, Sue Whitson saw Evelyn alive for the last time, and then Megan just stopped showing up. And then by December 7th, she's concocted her plan. And it really explains why so much time goes by. Because I know that's a question we have all had. 2.5 months goes by. 2.5 months. But now we know. We know why. Because Megan Boswell was telling every single person in her family and her closest friends that Evelyn was with her father. So what does a rational person think? Okay. We're glad. I think Tommy even said that from the stand. I was proud of him for stepping up. And taking responsibility. But, time continues to pass, and you've heard witnesses, in particularly Bailey and Audrey, Megan's closest friends. They were all starting to talk and to think that something doesn't feel right. Just doesn't feel right. But no one could have known how wrong this was at the time. February 2020, finally, Tommy Boswell says, I've had enough. I want to see my granddaughter. Show her to me by tomorrow, or I'm reporting it to DCS. Well, Megan couldn't do that. Megan knew she couldn't do that because she knew where Evelyn was. We all know where Evelyn was. And so Megan did not produce Evelyn that day. And Tommy finally gets the ball rolling on trying to find this little girl. And they first show up at Hunter Wood's house on the lake in a nice neighborhood. And Megan Boswell's there. But there's no baby. There's no Evelyn. And you remember, the only thing Megan, you remember James Lewis from DCS, the only thing Megan was really able to show was this box from Hunter's bedroom. And you remember what Megan called that box? A memory box. Now, why would you call something a memory box if you are alleging that your child is still alive? This is all Megan Boswell had of Evelyn in that house that she was trying to show DCS that Evelyn was living in. She couldn't show him diapers. She couldn't show him a pack and play. She showed him one outfit that she held up on a hanger, not an outfit that Evelyn had ever worn. There was no evidence that a child had ever been in that house. Now, I'm going to touch on something briefly. If you remember Paul Durant yesterday, going back, I'm trying to just give you a little bit of a timeline. If you remember, he talked about Ethan Perry in the military because Megan Boswell led him to believe that he was the father, even though he had his doubts. She convinced him that he was the father of Evelyn. We know he was not the father. We know that. And he said she was sharing photos daily, constantly sharing photos. Until what day? Do you remember the date? December 3rd. On December 3rd, Megan Boswell stopped sharing photographs of Evelyn. And she continues to send pictures, but if you remember, Agent Durant he's a smart guy. And so he was able to check her full Facebook extraction. And so she continued to send pictures to Ethan, but they weren't recent pictures. It was just another way that she could try to keep this facade going just as long as she could. Mr. Scott wants you to believe that Megan Boswell had a rough life. She was in foster care. But Megan Boswell was in foster care because of Megan Boswell, because she would not go to school. She went to foster care because she was truant. And when she left foster care, she went and lived with her dad. And of course, Evelyn was a baby at this point. I think the testimony was from February to March of 2019. And then her dad said, I'm going to get her a trailer, set her up. He bought her a brand new car, buys her a trailer. He's giving her everything she needs to raise this child. And she goes and lives with her mommy, her grandmother, from April until October of 2019. And then finally into the trailer from October to December. I think it's fair to say that she did not live in that trailer with Evelyn for very long. But in that short period of time, this is what she was able to do to that trailer. Can we look at that for a second? That's what she had her child living in. If that's not neglect, she does this in 2 months. Ladies and gentlemen, I beg you to look at these pictures when you go back in the jury room. That, in 2 months, is what the defendant was able to do to the home her dad provided for her and her child. And within 2 months, Evelyn was dead. And I stated maybe it's just my opinion, there are a lot of victims in this case. Bailey Hawkins, her very best friend. Did you see how difficult it was for Bailey to testify? To look at someone that she trusted, that she loved. Audrey Gibbs, same thing. They are also victims of Megan Boswell. And they will also suffer for the rest of their lives because of what Megan Boswell, the web that she created for them all to get caught in. Erica Stacy, who cared about Megan and Evelyn so much, is a victim. Gail Kite, the foster mother. She's a victim. Ethan Perry, who's serving his country, doing absolutely nothing other than his job, gets pulled up into Megan Boswell's web because Megan Boswell is only worried about Megan Boswell. And I'll submit to you that Hunter Wood, the person that they would like to blame somehow, is also a victim of Megan Boswell. She starts with first blaming Ethan Perry. She does that for a few days. And when she quickly realizes, gosh, law enforcement can figure out that I'm not telling the truth here, I guess I better tell something different. Then she goes to her mom. She blames her mom, her own mother. She's willing to blame all the time knowing. I mean, we know, let's find the picture. We know where Evelyn was. There she is. Evelyn Boswell sat there in that trash can for 2.5 months. And her mom discarded her, not just Evelyn, but everything that was associated with Evelyn. Everything. Because she didn't need it anymore. Everything. She didn't need that stroller anymore, so she left it behind. She didn't need the clothing. Do you remember all the pictures that came in and all of that stuff that was in that shed? Because she didn't need it anymore, because she knew where Evelyn was. The defense wants you to believe that Hunter Wood is the one that backed Megan's car up to that shed in the middle of the day. In the middle of the day, Hunter's just going to go over there. He has a truck. The testimony was that Hunter had a big truck. Now, why in the world, if he had a truck? I mean, this clearly took more than one trip. I guarantee you. Look at all this stuff. They want you to believe that Hunter Wood backed Megan Boswell's car up to that shed that day. Tommy came home. It was in the middle of the day. Where's the diagram? Do you remember the diagram of the scene? Look at this diagram. They somehow want you to believe that Hunter Wood pulls up this driveway and comes to this shed right here, right in front of Omani's house. Tommy's house up on the hill in the middle of the day. Is that reasonable? What is reasonable? How about that Megan Boswell is the one who drove her own vehicle, the vehicle her dad bought for her, up to that shed, because Megan Boswell is the one who had a key fob. Remember, there's a gate there that only opens with a key fob. That's the only way a car is coming through that driveway. And Megan Boswell lived there. You just heard that she lived at her dad's house and at Omami's house. And so they're not going to be surprised if Megan Boswell is on the property. She's the one who dumped Evelyn's property there. She's the one who took the trash can there. Not Hunter, not anyone else. It's Megan Boswell. Do you remember there was more than one text message? And of course, keep in mind, the whole time these text messages are coming through, that's where Evelyn is, okay? Just think about that for a second. I'm not going to take the time to go through these because you can do that. You can take all of this back with you into the jury room. I encourage you to go back and read all of these text messages and remember the dates that we've talked about. But while Evelyn Boswell is sitting in this trash can and people are asking Megan, How's Evelyn? What does Megan say more than once? Mean as fuck. First of all, she's a 12-month-old child. And every other witness said that she was a lovely child to be around. And it's not a very nice statement to begin with, but it's definitely not a very nice statement when your kid is shoved down into a trash can upside down. And you know that. Agent Fraley was on the stand, and you heard Megan Boswell admit that she knew Evelyn was dead. She was telling all of those stories to law enforcement. And she told more than one person, Evelyn's mean as fuck. And when Agent Grass asked her about it, she goes, "What's your point? What's your point?" And that's an interview with Agent Grass that you can also go back and watch if you'd like to do that. So we saw the defendant enjoyed crying during this trial because she has an audience and she really enjoys that. But did we see her crying any other time? Did we see her crying from the witnesses on the witness stand and what they told us about her? Did we see her crying in the evidence that came in? No, Megan wasn't crying. Do you think she was crying when she filled out this apartment application with Hunter Wood, where they list 3 occupants are going to live in the apartment? And at first glance, we're like, oh, Megan, Hunter, and Evelyn. But that's not what the defendant told David Gratz. Do you remember what she told him? She said the 3rd occupant is the baby she's pregnant with because Hunter doesn't want Evelyn to live with him. Of course, we could also look at the date on that application, January 4th of 2020. And we also know another reason that Evelyn would not be living with them. Was Megan crying here? In 2020, when she posts on Instagram, so excited for our new home. Think Megan was crying when she posted that? To me, it looks like maybe Megan's just moving on with her life. As if Evelyn never even existed. What about here? Also posted in 2020. Keep in mind, Evelyn's still upside down in a trash can because Megan's not told anyone where she is. She's still spinning her lies. Do you think she sat here when she's picking out furniture for their new house? But she's sad today. She has the gall to sit here and cry today and pretend she can't look at the pictures of what she did to her child. What about this one? Proud of my baby. New 2020 High Country. Was she sad then? What about in December? Weeks after Evelyn has been brutally murdered. What is Megan Boswell doing? Does she look, maybe we should zoom in. Does she look sad here? Maybe she is. Sure doesn't look like it. Her kid's upside down in a trash can. She's going to the aquarium with her new boyfriend. What about here? She doesn't look very sad to me. Hiking in Blowing Rock in 2020. No Evelyn. Evelyn's missing. Still missing at this time. There's Megan hiking with her new boyfriend, moving on with her life. Not crying. Maybe Megan Boswell didn't have an end game. Maybe she didn't know. Maybe she hoped that Evelyn would never be found. But she had to know at some point these stories were going to catch up with her. Ladies and gentlemen, And I'm asking you today, 5 years later, February 2025, to show Megan Boswell that her stories have caught up with her. The evidence shows the defendant. This person is the only person responsible for her child being dead. You heard it straight from Dr. Malushnik. Evelyn shouldn't be dead. Evelyn should not be dead. I believe the defense brought up SIDS, reflux, rollover. I believe they even brought up a tongue tie as being a possible cause of death for Evelyn. How does that result? Any of those things? You know, he said in the beginning, the state can't even prove how she died. Are you kidding me? How does that end up with a baby in a trash can? The DNA. Let's talk about the DNA for a second. You've got the gloves that are in the trash can. And the defense somehow wants you to believe that gloves will keep fingerprints from happening. And then I guess whoever did that then took the gloves off, cut them up because they're cut up in small pieces and you can look at them when you get back there, and then dispose of them in the same trash can that the baby's in. That doesn't make sense. That doesn't make sense. And funny enough, guess what is there? Is DNA that matches Megan Boswell, that matches Evelyn. Go back through the testimony. There's not one piece of DNA, not one, that shows anyone, not Hunter Wood, not anyone else other than Megan Boswell is associated with that trash can, the evidence in the trash bags. And you heard Marla Gray, the DNA expert, talk about the mixture of DNA on some pillows that were found in the shed. And you also heard her say that that could even be from the person who made them in the factory. Or it could be from the person who touched the pillow at Walmart when they were trying to decide if they were going to buy it. It wasn't even enough DNA to test. So don't be led to believe that because of that, there's some unknown stranger who did these things. Look at the evidence. Look at the evidence that's in front of you. We have evidence. We have shown you the evidence. Don't think about the speculation. Don't think about the what ifs. Look at the evidence. Some really, really good. If I could, can I see the trash can for just a second, please? Thank you. Whose fingerprints were on the trash can? Do you remember what Agent Hoover said from the TBI yesterday? Of course, he's removed the rim. He talked about how it's smooth under the rim. If you're going to carry a trash can, how do you pick it up to carry it under the rim? Whose fingerprints were under that rim? Megan Boswell. Megan Boswell's fingerprints were under that rim. If we look at Exhibit 17, can you see the black trash bag there? Whose fingerprints are on that trash bag? Megan Boswell's fingerprints. And you heard Dr. Malushnik say, and I think you can see for yourself, that trash bag's not just gently placed down into the trash can. It has been forcefully, and it's a hard image. It's a very difficult image to think about. But that's the evidence that we've been left with, that black trash bag was placed on top of Evelyn in the white trash bag. And it was forcefully pushed down. Compressed, I think is a word that was used during the trial. And that's how Megan Boswell's fingerprints ended up on that black trash bag. Even more damning than that is the fact that Megan Boswell's fingerprints are on the foil wrapped around Evelyn's head. I would love to know a different explanation for how Megan Boswell's fingerprints got on that foil, on that trash can, on the black trash bag, except for the fact that she murdered her baby. She put her in that trash can with food trash and debris, covered her body, essentially mummified her, and tossed her away, literally, with the trash. Mr. Scott would like for you to think that the doctor's testimony, just that they shouldn't be able to just decide things in a vacuum. He kept mentioning, well, what if the child's dead on a table? And I think we all know that is not how doctors operate. Doctors operate off of medical histories and any information they can get. And that's what both doctors did in this case. They took everything, her birth records, her pediatric records, the scene itself, before they came to their conclusion. They don't operate in a vacuum. I think those were the words that Dr. Malishnik used, is they do not operate in a vacuum. And they determined what? Both doctors agree that this was a violent homicide and that Evelyn Boswell died from some sort of asphyxiation. So, suffocation, I guess, is the easiest way to say it. So if it was not for, say, the position of her body upside down in the trash can, that could have killed her. We'll say it wasn't that. Then maybe it was the blanket that was pulled up over. Remember that? How it was tightly pulled up over her face. That could have been what it was. Or it could have been upside down in the trash can. Could have also been the trash bag that she was placed inside of, where she was unable to breathe. Could have been the foil that was wrapped around her head. Could have been the trash can itself. If you remember, the doctor testified that her face was compressed up against the side of the trash can. And her body was in a reverse S curve, so where her head was so far bent back into a reverse S because of how the defendant compressed her body down into the trash can. Forcefully compressed her body down into the trash can. Her head and neck were wrapped so tightly with foil that even when they removed the foil, you could still see the impression of the foil on her face. You could still see the trash can form still to her face. Quickly, I'm going to ask you to go to your verdict form page. And it's going to be probably at the very end of your packet. Page 50 is where it starts. So these verdict forms, I'm going to show you one example. Okay. So you'll see here, this is just for count one, and I'm just giving it as an example. We, the jury, find the defendant and mark the appropriate box. So if you go back in the jury room and you agree as a whole that Megan Boswell is guilty of first-degree murder, you do not need to consider anything below that. Those are what we call lesser included offenses, and we're required by law to put those on the verdict form for you to consider. But if you unanimously agree that Megan Boswell is guilty of first-degree murder, you can check that box and move on. You are not required to go through every single one of those if you believe that she is guilty of what she's charged with in that count. And if you go through these, you will see that each count of the indictment is similar. There are lesser included offenses for each one of these. Again, I will ask you that if you can unanimously agree, you do not need to go any further on that verdict form. The state has to prove several elements for each charge, and those are also in your packet. Count one is premeditated first-degree murder, that the defendant unlawfully killed the victim, that the defendant acted intentionally and that the killing was premeditated. The next page defines premeditation for you as an act that was done after the exercise of reflection and judgment. It means that the intent to kill must have been formed prior to the act itself. So that means essentially when Megan Boswell wrapped Evelyn in the blanket, and you think, well, maybe she didn't have premeditation then. She could have formed premeditation in the time where she applied the foil, or premeditation in the time that she put her in that trash bag, or premeditation in the time that she pushed the next trash bag on top of her body. Ladies and gentlemen, I submit to you, there's nothing about this case that is not premeditated. Count 2 and count 3 are what we call felony murder in the state of Tennessee. That's where we allege that a murder happened during a certain felony. And these felonies are aggravated child abuse and aggravated child neglect. Again, those go hand in hand with premeditated first-degree murder. We submit to you that not only did the defendant abuse the child, but that she neglected the child. And one of the perfect examples is how she left her in the trash can. That's neglect. Leaving her in the trash can, that's abuse. And it resulted in her death, which is felony murder. And we have to prove that the child is under the age of 8. There are many counts of false report. Page 29, I think, is where it starts. And it's counts, I believe, 7 through 17. The state must prove that the statement was made by the defendant, that it was made in response to a legitimate inquiry by law enforcement, and that it concerned a material fact about the incident within the officer's concern. And if you remember, the defendant herself admits more than once that what she told the police was not true. So I submit that the state has proven each of those counts. Count 19, abuse of a corpse, page 30. The state must prove that the defendant mistreated a corpse in a manner offensive to the sensibilities of an ordinary person, that she acted without legal privilege and acted knowingly. And I think that count speaks for itself, along with count 20, which is failure to report a death. A lot about this case really has been more about Megan Boswell than about this child, Evelyn. But Evelyn mattered. She deserved to grow up. She deserved that, but her mom took that away from her. And there's no evidence that anyone else was involved. I think you can see this was a pretty good investigation. It was very thorough, and the evidence continued to point in only one direction. The evidence only pointed at one person, Megan Boswell. She failed her daughter. She had the chance to keep her safe, to protect her, to give her to someone else if she couldn't handle her. You heard from the witnessing, there were people that she could have given Evelyn to that would have given her a beautiful life. But instead, she violently murdered her daughter. She told story after story after story for 2.5 months. And maybe the worst part is that she just went on with her life as if Evelyn had never even existed. But Evelyn did exist. Evelyn is a real person. And Megan Boswell should not be able to go on as if Evelyn did not exist. There are things we will never know about what happened. None of us will ever know everything. I think it's fair to say that we do know that Evelyn was in the way. She was in the way of Megan Boswell living the life that she thought she deserved, that she wanted to live. So Megan removed her. It's as simple as that. So today, 5 years later, almost 5 years to the day that Evelyn was reported missing, we are going to ask that you hold Megan Boswell accountable for what she did for her child. I submit to you the state has proven every count and every element of every count beyond reasonable doubt. And we are going to ask that you return a verdict of guilty.
Thank you, General. Mr. Scott, you may close.
Good afternoon. I appreciate y'all's time. Appreciate you being here. Although I know you may not be here by your own free will, but I still appreciate it. This is a hard case. There's a lot of emotion in this case. And Amber Massengill is very good at giving an emotional closing and wanting you to play on your emotions. Jury instructions will tell you that this case is not about your emotions. It's not about sympathy. It's not about anything else. It's about proof and what's in the evidence. That's what this case is about. This case is more about what Megan Boswell didn't do than what she did do. Now, I'll go back through the witnesses here with you in a minute. But the state seems to be putting forth the theory that you should convict her of first-degree murder because she didn't grieve appropriately. She had fun after her child died. Now, is it far-fetched to believe that the child died in the first part of December, like she says? No, that seems to be the point where you see Megan's personality start to change. But I would suggest to you that change occurs when the child dies. You start to hear various friends come in and they talk. I can name them for you. Let's talk about Casey Saltz. She worked at Megan's pediatrician. And she was also technically would have been Megan's foster sister, I guess. She was the daughter of Megan's foster mother. And she talked about Megan being a good mother. She acknowledged that. She witnessed that. Megan brought her to the doctor. You have an exhibit in the records. It's item 67. It came in through the pediatrician. Read that page for page. It demonstrates that Megan was a good mother to Evelyn. She took her to the doctor for well checks. She took her to the doctor when she was sick. She got medicine for her. She did what she should do. And then she misses that appointment in December. And that's when this starts. And I would submit to you, when all of this really starts, the child is dead. Now, we hear from other witnesses. We hear from Paul Miller. That is Ethan Perry's grandfather. He had no reason to believe that she wasn't a good mother. Seemed like she liked being a mom. Saw no signs of abuse or neglect. We heard from Audrey Gibbs. She'd been with Megan almost every day up until she moved to Knoxville in 2019. She describes Megan as a good mom. There are a few things. There was once where she had thought her diaper needed to be changed. Once where they neglected to buckle the car seat. But those are mistakes. That's not child neglect. That's not child abuse. Those are mistakes. Audrey talks about Megan coming to Knoxville at the end of December sometime, and by that point she acts disassociated. She's not normal. She's saying "I love you" over and over again to her. So, again, maybe she's not grieving right. Bailey Hawkins stayed at the Econo Lodge with Megan. Megan just went to sleep, despite Bailey thought they might do things. They might talk or whatever they might do. But she just went to sleep. Again, I would suggest to you she's disassociated. Bailey saw no signs of abuse, no signs of neglect. Mr. Horn questioned her. She described Evelyn as the one consistent love that Megan had. And Megan is a girl who comes from a world of fractured relationships. And Miss Massengill wants to downplay Megan's home life. Matt Price did. There's a video in there. He talks about it. He talks about, I mean no disrespect, but I know that Boswell family. I'm aware of them. I know how you come up. Your mom and daddy using drugs. I mean, you want to talk about a home life? Watch the video with Agent Fraley. Her mom was let in there in stripes, a jail uniform. What kind of home life was that? And then we get to Caitlin Jones Carter, whom you can make what you want of her testimony. Her body language tells me she's no longer Megan's friend. However, she described, aside from the one day when she saw Evelyn as dirty, that Megan had been a good mother. No signs of abuse, no signs of neglect. She said she saw Evelyn sometime in December. She tried to tie it to her school, but she really couldn't give us a specific date. So I think the best you can say is that it's sometime in December. Gail Kite. Let's talk about her. Megan's foster mom. She gets Megan when Megan comes into her foster care. Megan's 7 months pregnant. She's 17 years old. Gail describes her as looking like she's not pregnant, as being underweight. We know from the medical records and the testimony that come in from Dr. Smith, Megan suffered from intrauterine growth restriction at that time. We've heard that. So that's the shape she's in. But Gail talks about how she gets her in good shape. She has the baby. She's a loving mother. She takes care of the baby. Gail never saw abuse, never saw neglect, never had any doubts about Megan. Erica Stacy, and that's the mother of Megan's ex-boyfriend, and I think his name is, I can't remember his name honestly. That's the mother of his ex-boyfriend. She described Megan as a good mother. Evelyn was always clean. And I'll point something out to you. The state wants you to believe that Megan just meets Hunter Wood and throws this child away for him. She didn't do that for, I think it's Caleb Stacy. She didn't do that for Caleb. There were other boyfriends. Now there's talk about, a lot of talk about Ethan Perry thinking he was the father. Well, the proof you've actually seen is they go about as Ethan is the father. And there's been no proof that Megan knew that he wasn't the father at that point. I'm not trying to, I mean, it just happens that sometimes people may think one person's the father and they're not. But calling him out of anything or anything else. Like, it's not like this didn't start early on that she thought Ethan was the father. She obviously thought a lot of Ethan. She drove to Texas, took Evelyn to see him. Now, he did say one thing that kind of struck me a little odd. He acted as though she just showed up in Texas. I suspect, and he finally admitted on cross-examination, that he told her where he was in Texas. You just don't hop in the car and drive to Texas and say, I'll drive around El Paso until I see his car in the parking lot and pull in. That's not what happened. I think he kind of wanted you to think that, but that's not what happened. Let's talk about Randy Wood. Randy Wood is the father of Hunter Wood. The state called him. The state is the one who elicited the information about Hunter Wood being hospitalized. That's the first you hear of him being hospitalized. It's a state. Now, Ms. Massengill wants you to think I have some grand conspiracy theory. I don't. I do have a statement from Megan Boswell when she talks to Agent Fraley about what happened in this case. She says, Hunter was there when Evelyn died. I wrapped her up and I swaddled her. I held her. She kept getting colder as the day went on. I didn't want her to get cold. Hunter took her and he got rid of her. Now, they want you to believe that that's just impossible. Why did Hunter not give his DNA? Ask yourself that. If you have nothing to hide, why wouldn't you just let them test your DNA against all the evidence they had? Turns out they couldn't have tested it, probably. But he didn't give them that chance because he had something to hide. Now, his dad said that he was schizophrenic. I asked him, is he schizophrenic and have hallucinations? He agreed with me on that. He also agreed with me when I asked him if he talked about using an aluminum foil or tin foil. And he said, yeah, he talks about some off-the-wall stuff. Now, ask yourself, who's more likely to wrap that child in tinfoil? The child's mother that has cared for the child, taken care of the child, or the boyfriend who's schizophrenic? And I'm not trying to vilify Hunter Wood. That's not been my intention throughout this trial. But Megan's statement is that one of them rolled over on the bed. The young mother may think that. There could have been other causes. When we get to the causes, I guess we can go ahead and we can talk about Dr. Schmidt and Dr. Malusnik. Now, Dr. Schmidt asked her about several different things. She's the lady who actually performed the autopsy. And she formed an opinion of homicidal death based on the way the child was in the trash can. But she could not tell you a medical basis for the child's death, other than a diagnosis of exclusion. And a diagnosis of exclusion is simply, we don't know what else is wrong with her, so she must have smothered in this trash can. That's what they want, what she said, essentially. Now, I cross-examined her about a lot of things. I asked her about SIDS. And even though the subsequent doctor didn't agree with it, Dr. Malusnik, I didn't ask about something that didn't exist. Dr. Smith knew exactly what SIDS was. We talked about it. We talked about the ages, how we don't know what causes it. She answered questions about it. She said, ultimately, she could not rule that out in this case. Just like she could not say with any degree of certainty that the child was placed in the trash can alive or dead. She couldn't say that. She brought up that the child had a heart valve that leaked. She admitted under cross-examination that that could have been what killed the child. We talked about laryngeal, we talked about laryngeal convulsions. Could that have caused the death of the child? She admitted it could. Now, Ms. Massengill brought up tongue tie. I brought up tongue tie. I brought up GERD. I brought up an infection she had because all of those things can lead to the onset of SIDS. That's the research, and Dr. Schmidt agreed with that. Now, I want to tell you something about Dr. Schmidt and Dr. Malusnik. I think Dr. Schmidt she was the medical examiner in Johnson City when this happened. Dr. Malusnik is not her boss. She's not, it's not like she's somehow over her. Dr. Schmidt was the chief medical examiner at the Jenkins Autopsy Center, Forensic Center. Subsequently, for whatever reason, the state sent her report to Dr. Malusnik for another opinion. Dr. Malusnik only reviewed her report, and she finds that it's a good report. But then she wants to go further
and find with some type of certainty that that child was placed in the trash can. And you saw an exchange between me and her in here yesterday. It went on for 4 or 5 questions. And I kept asking her, doctor, can you say any type of certainty? What can you say about this? Can you conclusively say that that child was dead when it was wrapped in the blanket, wrapped in tinfoil, and put in the trash can? She evaded that question. She wouldn't answer that question. She finally answered that question only after it was threatened she would be in contempt if she didn't directly answer the question. And her answer was, no, I can't say conclusively. And then she threw out kind of a parting shot at me as she left. And suggest to you the more accuracy of that parting shot, she said the child could have been murdered some other way. Should have been. The child could have died some other unknown way. That's what the truth would have been. She presupposed that this child was alive when it went in the trash can. The doctor who did the autopsy was very clear she could not conclude that. She said it couldn't be excluded, but it cannot be included. Dr. McLustick come in with a preconceived notion of that's what happened. Now, the state has to prove to you cause of death in this case. They have to prove that child was unlawfully killed. They have to prove this wasn't an accident. The proof from Dr. Schmidt leaves open a heart, it leaves open SIDS, laryngeal convulsion. It leaves open all of those things. We don't know what happened. And it also left open a rollover, which is what Megan told Agent Fraley. And now, would Megan know for sure that that's what happened? Maybe not. You wake up and you find your baby dead in bed. Could you not come to the reasonable conclusion one of us must have rolled over on it? She's 17 years old. She's not sophisticated. She's had a hard life. She's scared that she's going to get in trouble. Hunter Wood's scared that he's going to get in trouble. And that's why she does what she does. Hunter takes the baby to dispose of it. She knows about it. Is that right on her part? No, it's not. Should she have called and reported? She absolutely should have. I told you that in my opening statement. Have they proved that she's a liar over and over? They have. Don't deny that. They haven't proved she's a murderer. You have more counts of false report than I can really count. I think there's 11 or 12 of them. Almost every time she's talking to law enforcement, you're considering a count of false report. With the exception of, you're not considering one for the time she talked to Agent Fraley. That's not before you. I would submit to you what happened was the conversation with Agent Fraley on the 25th of February, almost 5 years ago. That was a breaking point. That's a breaking point where she finally admits Evelyn is dead. She's able to admit to herself. You saw all these pictures she's sending back and forth before that. That's how she's grieving. Maybe she doesn't want to accept that the child is dead. Maybe as long as she keeps talking about it, talking to the media, talking to the police, and saying that Evelyn is somewhere else, she believes that. Maybe that's how she's getting by. You can't judge someone for how they grieve. You don't know what goes through their head. You don't know what they were raised with. I've never lost a child. I hope none of you ever have. But how am I to tell someone when they lose their child how to grieve? How am I to do that? Amber can tell you that. Oh, she shouldn't have went here. She shouldn't have did that. How does she know that? She's not in Megan's shoes. She's not out there living in that single wide trailer. That's not her life. She's not been raised by drug addict parents, a dad that beats on her mom constantly, and seen that growing up. She's not seen that. She can't put herself in her shoes. It's not fair to say she murdered her child because she didn't grieve right. I resent it. You should too. You should look to the evidence in this case. Do they prove a cause of death? That's the stopping point on the homicide counts. They can't do it. They brought two medical examiners in here who contradicted each other. The first one at least had read her medical records. The second one talks about how she is perfectly a healthy child. She ignored everything in her medical records. She didn't talk about them. It was obvious to me. Should have been obvious to you. She hadn't read them. She didn't care. It was her job to come here and convict Megan Boswell of murder. If you don't believe that, why would she leave here and say, well, she must have been murdered some other way? She was a biased witness, and she wasn't a credible witness. Now, let's talk about the tinfoil. How can her one fingerprint be on a piece of tinfoil? You all see this roll? Maybe like this. Okay, my fingerprint's on this roll. I've taken this one. The next person who gets this is going to get a piece of tinfoil with my fingerprint. That's a possible way. What's another possible way? We've heard that the tinfoil had food and debris on it. So there was food and debris in the trash can. But maybe the tinfoil was already thrown away in the trash can. If it came off of a roll like that, whoever got it would have had to have reached in there and gotten several pieces. There were several pieces of tinfoil. I believe 4. There should have been fingerprints all over it. One fingerprint. One fingerprint. It doesn't prove she put that tinfoil on there. Now, what about DNA on the garbage can? I would just about guarantee each and every one of you, your DNA is on your garbage can in your kitchen. Your DNA is all over the house. Your finger, I said DNA, actually fingerprint. Your fingerprints are all over your house. It's the kind of thing we don't think about, but you touch something, you put your prints. I think that's what you should consider. I mean, probably Evelyn's handprint on the trash can. At some point, I think in opening, I mentioned to you an unidentified palm print on the trash can. Well, I didn't know at the time it was a child's because it wasn't in the fingerprint analysis report. It's not unbelievable that it's a child's. Now, Ms. Massengill made a statement. I was a little perplexed with it. The state wants you, or the defense wants you to believe that wearing gloves prevents putting fingerprints on something. You heard the fingerprint expert say that it can't. I think we all know that from our common sense stuff. If you cover the fingerprint up, you're not going to leave it on something. Now, let's go back to the statement with Agent Fraley. February the 25th. She's talked to law enforcement over and over. And she talks about how breaks down. She breaks. It's the breaking point. She admits she's dead. And she's telling them the truth. How do you know she's telling them the truth? Because if she's still trying to lie to them, if she's still trying to confuse them, she wouldn't have said, I don't know where the baby is. It could be at Hunter's. It could be at Tommy's. Why would you say, if you're trying to lie to them, or perpetuate this lie like Miss Masseyville tells you, that the baby could be at Tommy's? Why would you do that? Ask yourself that question. She's telling them where the baby is. She thinks, I think it could have been left one of these two places. Says, I want to find it. And you'll have that video. You can watch it as many times as you want to. I hope you will watch it. You hear Agent Fraley talk about how he'll go to the DA. She's a scared young mother. He understands that. Now, I don't have to prove this case. I wish I could, but I can't. You can't prove a negative. What I can tell you is the state has not proven their case. They've not proven the cause of death. They've not proven that the death was an unlawful killing as opposed to an accident, or some rolling over in the bed being an accident, or some kind of health-related issue. They haven't proved that. Let's talk about the gloves. I go around in circles sometimes, and I hope y'all are following me. I apologize for that. But let's talk about those gloves. Ms. Masseyville talks about the criminal tore the gloves up in the trash can. I think if you'll remember back and look through your notes, TBI cut those gloves up for testing. I could be wrong, but I think that's the case. Now, what do those gloves tell us? Do they match up to anyone? No. But they do match up to an unknown male. There's not enough profile there to match it to someone to specifically identify them, but it matches it up to an unknown male. That's why there's not multiple fingerprints on the tinfoil on the child. Those gloves that match some unknown male. We know it's male DNA. We know that. Finally, let me talk just a little bit about Hunter. There's a text thread, and it's in February. It's between Megan and Hunter, and it appears like Megan's telling Hunter the same story she's telling everyone else. But remember, Megan's told Agent Fraley that Hunter doesn't want his name brought into this. He doesn't want to be involved. He told her not to tell anybody anything about the child. At this point, Hunter, he throws out a name in that text. He talks about Agent Wilhoit. He's been involved with the police. He knows the police are looking at this. This is February the 22nd. Suggest to you that text thread is, look at the texts, they're self-serving. I'm just worried about the baby. I just want the baby returned safe. That's Hunter and Megan's way of covering Hunter's involvement in this. I'm not saying Hunter killed that child. I'm saying he did dispose of the child. That text thread, it's a convenient way if you think about it. If you're trying to have proof that you didn't do something, if you start a conversation, start texting it, say, oh no, I didn't do that. Look at my text. I texted her, she's told me this. It's a convenient thing for him. But he didn't give his DNA. We know that. His dad talks about he went crazy because he was called a baby killer. Maybe he went crazy because of his participation in disposing of that body. We don't know. Everybody seems to agree he has went crazy. You saw a document this morning. That's where he's being held out of court over in Virginia to be evaluated to see where he's competent for some crime he's committed. He's up at Marion right now to be evaluated. That's what we know. hope I've answered your question. I hope my argument has helped you somehow with this case. What I would say to you, if you have questions, about any elements of these crimes, and your questions are not answered to your satisfaction, you have reasonable doubt. If you say, I don't know how that child died, that's reasonable doubt on the homicide. I don't think I have much more to say to you. I go to a Baptist church and I hate long sermons. I'm used to it. I think I've been up here for about a half an hour, but I think I pray you'll come to the right decision. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Scott. General, you may close on behalf of the state.
Thank you, Judge. Ladies and gentlemen, much like Megan Boswell, Mr. Scott seems to have some very convenient explanations for what happened in this case. Lots of things that happened in this case. All of the evidence in this case that points to his client, he's got some sort of explanation for it. But the problem is, in order to buy into this, in order to believe it, you have to believe Megan Boswell. You have to believe that when she spoke to Agent Fraley on the 25th, that she was somehow, for the first and only time in this courtroom, speaking the truth. But I think each of you, as you sit here, know that's not possible. That's not possible. Megan Boswell is one of those people. You used to hear the expression, the truth ain't in them. The truth's not in Megan Boswell. She doesn't know how to tell the truth. Everything that she tells to every person in her life is for some reason. And that reason is because Megan's trying to get something out of it. She is a master manipulator. Even at 17 years old, you sit there and watch those videos. She's trying to play everybody. She's trying to play the law enforcement officers who are interviewing her. She's playing her friends, every person in her life who walked through that gate and sat up on that witness chair was in some way manipulated by Megan Boswell. Some way. Whether it was about Evelyn, whether it was about how she was going to pay for a babysitter, whether you're the father of my child, whether you're a great-grandfather, whether your wife who's dying of cancer is babysitting the kid. I mean, she knows no bounds. There is no person that she will not manipulate and tell untruths about and to. No one. But Mr. Scott comes in here today and says, yeah, hey, come on, ladies and gentlemen, the 25th, that was the point, which she decided, hey, I'm going to be truthful here. No, it wasn't. And we know it's not. It was just another story. She was telling law enforcement to lead them some other way. That's all it was. And if you remember, Agent Gratz testified. General Massengill was asking him the question, when did this first thing about accidents and rollovers, when did that come up? Well, it came up when the police and law enforcement finally said, yeah, we got nothing going on here. We got to give her an out. We got to give her something so we can try to find this kid. They're the ones who suggested it. And then very conveniently, the next day, she comes in, and guess what? Oh, yeah, I forgot. Yeah, that's right. I'm sorry. I'm sorry I've been lying to you all for days and days and days now. But now I'm going to tell you the truth. But that's not what happened. That's not what happened. I submit to you, the only time that Megan Boswell may have told the truth about some small portion, if you remember during one of the interviews, Lieutenant Price, who had been very patient with her up until that point in time, finally said, come on, something happened on December 21st. And she stopped him and corrected him. Remember? She said, no, something happened before December 21st. Yeah, something did. She murdered her child. That's what happened before December 21st. Ladies and gentlemen, before I speak further about the physical evidence that ties and shows that Miss Boswell is the one who is guilty in this case and who needs to be held accountable, I want to take you back to jury selection. Last week when you all were first up here and up there, and I asked you if all of you had brought your common sense with you. And if you, all of you, as you listen to the evidence in the case, would use your common sense. And everyone agreed that you would. And so I want to remind you of that. And it reminds you to apply that to the evidence that you've heard, the testimony that you've heard in this case. Because the defense wants to say that perhaps, again, speculating, it's a possibility that Evelyn just died one day in early December. And then all of a sudden, Megan engages in this just pattern of just totally bizarre behavior that involves wrapping her child in a blanket, tightly pressing her head in aluminum foil and stuffing her in a trash can, and then engaging in this just convoluted tale to anybody who wants to inquire about what's going on with Evelyn. But it's a remarkable coincidence, isn't it, that all this occurs at the same time that she starts working at the chicken shack. And then she meets Hunter Wood. You know, that Hunter Wood, the one who lives out on the lake in the big house. And remember, this is where Megan's living before December. These are the conditions Megan's subjecting her child to before December. Then she meets Hunter Wood. Big house out by the lake. Dad owns a business that I'm working at. Remember the other things she's telling investigators as time goes on. Needed a break. Watching 3 kids. Remember, her mom had the 2 other young siblings. Needed a break. Was tired. When did Ethan Perry step up? I've been raising this kid for a whole year by myself. Probably a little bit of truth in there. A little bit of truth. But it's a remarkable coincidence. This kid, Evelyn, natural causes, just dies right at the same time. Apply your common sense in asking yourselves why. Why would Megan Boswell then start on December the 7th? She tells Bailey Hawkins, hey, it's just me. Ethan's grandma has Evelyn right now. December 7th. Remember, she starts Chicken Shack the 2nd, 7th, 5 days. 5 days later. Why did she start telling all these things that are obviously not true? I'm in a custody battle with Ethan. I don't have her. Evelyn's sick. She's got the flu. I can't bring her. Can't bring her up there to get the Christmas gifts. Let you see her. Why does she do that? Why does a mom who, by everybody's testimony, everybody's, her friend Bailey Hawkins told you, I mean, yeah, she wasn't a perfect mom, but she did well. She did well. They all did. I mean, she's posting pictures on Facebook, Instagram. Everybody. Her own pediatrician, Dr. Pugh, came in here. Yeah. She's a good kid. We didn't have any concerns. Healthy, meeting milestones, an advanced child. Why does a mom who dotes over her kid, who won't even let anybody babysit, she's so protective of this child? Remember Erica Stacy? I mean, heaven's sakes. I mean, that's an ex-boyfriend's mom who is willing to babysit the kid so that her son can go on dates with her. She won't let her do it. She won't let her do it. She will not let her babysit. That's how protective she is of this child. So why? Why? Apply your common sense. She won't do it because
she can't face the truth about what she's done. She can't face that truth. She can't look at that picture. I'm not going to put it back up there for you. She can't face what she's done to that child. Discarding her like a piece of garbage. That's what she did. She can't face that truth. So she engages in just spinning all these stories to everybody. Everybody that comes with a story, she's deflecting that out because she doesn't want to face that. It is almost unbelievable to me that the defense is still arguing that Hunter Wood had some involvement in this case. I mean, truly unbelievable to me that they're making that argument. That has no credibility, number one. And two, no proof whatsoever. Not a single shred of evidence has been presented in this courtroom that ties Hunter Wood to anything dealing with the death of Evelyn Boswell. Not one thing. It's all just rank speculation. Oh, well, because he's in a mental hospital, therefore he must have done something. Right? No. How many people walked up there, took that witness stand and said, oh yeah, I remember when I saw Hunter and Evelyn and Megan together. I remember when I saw that. None. Nobody said that. How many people said, oh yeah, I remember when I saw Hunter holding Evelyn at the chicken? No. Again, nobody said that. No evidence, nothing from that witness stand ever put Hunter with Evelyn. She evidently wants you to believe, again, and I'll put this picture back up there. She wants you to believe that Hunter, and remember her when she's talking to Agent Fraley, that Hunter went over to her place. That's her place. Stayed the night with her and rolled over on the child. He's got a place over, nice place over on the lake, remember. But that's what she wants you to believe. When her breaking point, when she's finally telling the truth. Apply your common sense to that. What else possibly ties Hunter to this case? To Evelyn's body being disposed. Well, maybe it's the playhouse over on Tommy's property. No. Again, we know Evelyn is probably gone 5 days after she first met Hunter from working at the chicken shack. But Megan Boswell wants you to believe that he's been able to go onto her property and stick a body in a trash can in a playhouse that was built for Megan Boswell. Mr. Scott asked you, and I wrote it down. He asked you who was more likely to have left a print on the foil. Well, I'll tell you who's more likely to have left a print on the foil. The person whose print was found on the foil. Megan Boswell. He stands up here, and again, we've got explanations for everything. Well, maybe it was possible she tore a sheet off earlier, and in doing that, she grabbed the foil and left a print. Well, there's no Hunter Wood prints on any of the foil. The bag that's stuffed on top of the body where Evelyn's found. Multiple prints on that. None of them belong to Hunter. They all belong to Megan Boswell. He wants to say, and again, still beyond my comprehension that we're talking about Hunter Wood here. You know, why wouldn't Hunter give a DNA sample? don't know, perhaps because Hunter is being mucked up in Megan's world here. My gosh, here I am dating this girl, and all of a sudden I got TBI agents asking me about a child that's missing and no explanation for it. Maybe that's why. And again, in this particular case, you heard from Agent Gray. What does it matter? There's nothing that was tested. All those things she testified to yesterday, all of them, all those things I handed up to her, that she analyzed, not one piece of them had any identifiable DNA on it that could have been tied back to Hunter. None. Everything was Megan's or Evelyn's or limited profiles. As I remember, I asked her if I get everybody in the world's DNA to her, she wouldn't have been able to match any DNA to Hunter would. Nothing. Nothing. Everything connected to that body in the trash can comes back to Megan Boswell. And then, let's not forget, in the middle, while all this is going on, February 22nd, Megan's child's missing. They questioned Hunter. And they had this conversation. And Mr. Scott wants you to believe that this is some kind of contrived. What evidence did you hear that there was any sort of contrived conversations going on here? Nothing. Again, nothing. In order to believe that, you've got to believe one person, Megan Boswell. And we know you can't believe her. No. Hunter says, yeah, but where's the baby? I just want the baby to be found safely. What's her response? If she was truly trying to cover this up, a little bit better response would probably be heard. She says, Dad won't let me go anywhere because of the situation. Hunter, I can't disclose stuff to you on here about what TBI is doing. His concern, please assure me the baby will be found and brought home safely. That's not a conversation with someone that you have that has disposed of a body, that has helped get rid of your dead child. That's not a conversation. Hunter Wood is not at play here, ladies and gentlemen. Not at all. Not at all. Defense has also talked to you about these things medical conditions that they questioned the medical examiners about yesterday. Possible things that might have caused Evelyn to just suddenly die of natural causes. A perfectly healthy child. Again, he's asking you to speculate about possibilities. But we don't decide this case on possibilities. And if you think about it, ladies and gentlemen, you didn't hear from just 2 doctors about Evelyn's condition, about what kind of a child she was. You heard from 3 doctors. Her pediatrician testified in this case too. And what did she tell you? Evelyn was a healthy child, advanced, had met all of her milestones. Any concerns about her health? No, her concern was that on December the 5th, she doesn't show up for her year checkup appointment. She's a no-show. That's her concern, not Evelyn's got tongue tie. I'm concerned maybe she's going to die from SIDS. Not, oh, she's got some sort of reflux going on. I'm afraid she might be at risk to just suddenly die one day. That's not her concern. And remember, and Mr. Scott didn't talk about this because you don't want to talk about it. I asked Dr. Malushnik yesterday about statistics. This wasn't just her opinion. These are statistics kept by the Department of Health in Tennessee about the number of kids over 1 year of age who die in rollover deaths. Entire state of Tennessee last year, none. Entire state of Tennessee last 10 years. None. But yet, they want you to believe that's a possibility in this case. She's the first one, ladies and gentlemen, evidently, the first one. No, it's not a possibility. You decide this case on the evidence that you've heard and the testimony you've heard from that witness stand. And the testimony you heard from 2 different medical examiners said this child died from asphyxiation. That's what they told you. Both of them told you that. He said they had contrary opinions. They didn't have contrary opinions. One of them had a little stronger opinion, but they both had the same opinion. They both told you the cause of death was the same thing, asphyxia. All the evidence in this case points to one person alone as being the person who caused that asphyxiation. And that is Megan Boswell. This wasn't an accident, ladies and gentlemen. It wasn't an accident at all. You've got lots of evidence of premeditation sitting over there in that box. This isn't a little piece of tin foil. This isn't foil like you stick around a baked potato and stick in the oven. You saw it. You saw the photographs, and the foil's in there. Pull it out. It's a big old piece of foil. Mr. Scott wants to suggest maybe it's sitting down in the trash can and somebody pulled it out. Nobody's using that much foil. Use your common sense. And remember the testimony from Dr. Malusnik yesterday about how that foil was applied. That blanket, so tight when they're taking it off, the impressions left on that child's face. The foil, how painstakingly slow they had to pull it off because it was tightly compressed around the child's head. I submit to you, that's premeditation, ladies and gentlemen. That's intent. That's not an accident. Part of this case, ladies and gentlemen, that Mr. Scott said is really, sad. It really is. It's a tragedy. You think about all those people that you heard testify, how easily all of this could have been avoided. All these people, Bailey Hawkins, Audrey Gibbs, Casey Saltz, Gail Kite, Paul Miller, Erica Stacy. Any one of those people would have taken that child. All this could have been avoided. But Megan Boswell only cares about one person, and that's Megan Boswell. She started a facade back first week of December after she killed her child. She created this world, this web, you've heard it called. That's a pretty good description of it. It's a web. It traps and ensnares everybody that she comes into contact with. She started this facade back then, and it's continued and continued and continued. And she brought it into here to this courtroom in front of you. And she's trying to get you all to believe the rollover, believe the accident, believe my child died of natural causes, and that I just flipped out and engaged in this totally bizarre behavior. But in order to do that, you have to ignore the evidence in this case. You have to ignore the forensics that place her and her alone as the perpetrator of this crime. This case is the very opposite of an accident. It's an intentional and knowing murder of a child. Megan Boswell got rid of Evelyn so that Megan could be Megan. She enjoyed it. You've seen the pictures General Massengill showed you. Hanging out on Blowing Rock, going to the aquarium, Super Bowl party. Megan Boswell sits here in this courtroom today as guilty as she was back in that first week in December. As guilty as she was on February the 18th, when she first came in there, Detective Perez, James Lewis interviewed her. She acted all surprised. What are y'all going to do? You going to find my child for? What do you do when a child goes missing? Remember those expressions, those questions she threw out there? She sits here in this courtroom today as guilty as she was back then because she never learned the one lesson that we all know, which is that you're responsible for your actions and your choices in life. And she sits here because she refused to learn that lesson. You've heard her interviews. She takes responsibility for nothing. But today is the day that you get to hold her responsible for those actions, for her poor choices and decisions, for her decision to get rid of Evelyn, to dispose of her like a piece of garbage. That's what she did, ladies and gentlemen. She disposed of her child like a piece of garbage. But her poor choices and decisions have a price, and they have a consequence. The state has proven to you over the course of the last week, Megan Boswell is guilty, first-degree murder, false report, tampering with evidence, and failing to report that death to authorities. We ask today that you hold her responsible for those poor decisions by finding her guilty as charged.
Thank you, John. Let's see the attorneys. Mr. Hyatt, Mr. Selner, Mr. Arnett, you're the three alternates. If you will go with the officer. Just leave him in the seat. That'd be fine. And your notes as well. We'll just take care of them. The rest, what do you mean? Yeah, I'm going to finish the charge. All right. Now, back on page 49. When you retire to the jury room, you will first select one of your members as foreperson who will preside over your deliberations. When you have reached a verdict, you will return with it to this courtroom, and your foreperson will deliver the verdict form to the court. Take with you the presentment, the exhibits, the verdict forms, the court's written instructions, and you may retire and consider your verdict as soon as the officer comes back to get you.
name to the officer.
Everyone stand, please.
305 Peter.
Take the ones that you have. Just
Right.
the three.
Leave the others.
That's the ones you put them. Don't worry about the ones that belong to the. Maybe see, thank you.
All right, we'll be in recess, waiting verdict of the jury.
Remain seated, court is in session.
All right. The jury has notified me through the court officers that they're ready to stop for the night. I'm going to bring them in, give the admonitions, and send them to the hotel. So we bring them in. And it is 6 o'clock, 6:02.
Everyone stand, please. You may be seated. Thank you.
All right, ladies and gentlemen. I'm going to go through these admonitions again. You're not to communicate with other jurors or anyone else regarding any subject connected with this trial. You're not to form or express any opinion about the case until it's finally submitted to you. You're to report promptly to the court any incident involving an attempt by any person to improperly influence any member of the jury or a juror's violation of the court's admonitions. You're not to read, watch, or listen to any news reports concerning the case. You're to decide this case solely on the evidence introduced in the trial. Now, when you get back to the hotel, you're not to deliberate. You only deliberate in that room. That's 11. I don't think we have Ms. Rucroft. They all left you. Okay. We'll go through this one more time now that we're all back together. You're not to communicate with other jurors or anyone else regarding any subject connected with the trial. You're not to form or express an opinion about the case until you finally decide it. You're to report promptly to the court any incident involving an attempt by any person to improperly influence any jury member or a juror's violation of the court's admonitions. You're not to read, watch, or listen to any news reports concerning the case. You're to decide this case solely on the evidence introduced in the trial. All right. Yeah, you go with the officer. Have a good evening.